Feel free to go. It's all fine. I will turn it over to Delete now.
Thank you, Jen. Good to see all of you again, but this is a briefing I never wanted to give. I'd like to start by saying the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine today as they suffer an unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated attack by the Russian military forces. President Biden has said from the start of this crisis, if Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound, to its financial system, to its economy, to its technology base, and to its strategic position in the world. As the world has now witnessed, Putin has made his choice. He rejected diplomacy and chose war. And today, the president has announced our response. Because of Putin's choices, his flagrant violation of international law, and his utter disregard for the principles that underpin peace and security across the world, we will now ensure his decision is remembered as a strategic failure. Today, we impose an unprecedented package of financial sanctions and export restrictions in lockstep with our allies and partners that will isolate Russia from the global financial system, shut down its access to cutting-edge technology, and undercut Putin's strategic ambitions to diversify and modernize his economy. Let me walk you through a few specifics, and I'll be happy to take questions. On financial sanctions, I stood at this podium on Tuesday and said we would impose the most severe sanctions ever levied on Russia if Putin proceeded with the invasion. Today, we're following through. We will impose sanctions on Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and VTB, which together hold more than half of the Russian banking system's assets, over $750 billion in total. For VTB, we will freeze all of its assets touching the U.S. financial system and prohibit U.S. persons from doing any business with the bank. For Sberbank, we will sever its access to the U.S. financial system. We'll also freeze the assets of and prohibit any business dealings with 3 additional Russian banks with combined assets of over $70 billion. We'll also restrict U.S. investors from providing debt or equity financing for 13 of the most critical Russian state-owned enterprises, which combined have estimated assets nearing $1.5 trillion. And finally, we'll also impose sanctions on the executives at these state-owned institutions, as well as additional Russian elites who are complicit in Putin's kleptocracy, and their family members. Those who've shared in the Kremlin's corrupt gains and stored their wealth in yachts and luxury condos and fancy cars will now share in the pain of these measures. In terms of the financial impact, as I said, these are the most impactful and significant sanctions the U.S. has ever taken. But financial sanctions are just one part of our response. We're also unveiling today an expansive and unprecedented set of export restrictions developed in historically close coordination with the European Union, Australia, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Taiwan. These new measures include sweeping restrictions on Russian military end users to impair Putin's military capabilities, and will also deny exports across Russia to sensitive cutting-edge technology, primarily targeting Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors. In total, the United States and our partners will effectively be cutting off more than half of all high-tech imports going into Russia. This includes curbing Russia's access to advanced semiconductors and other foundational technologies that Russia needs to diversify and modernize its economy. Working in tandem, these financial sanctions and the export controls will undercut Putin's aspirations to project power on the world stage. And those impacts intensified dramatically just today. The Russian stock market plunged over 30% at one point before being halted by local regulators. Russia's currency, the ruble, weakened to its weakest value on record against the dollar before the central bank intervened. And the price the market is charging the Russian government to borrow is now above 15%. These impacts over time will translate into higher inflation, higher interest rates, lower purchasing power, lower investment, lower productive capacity, lower growth, and lower living standards in Russia. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a very raw deal for the Russian people. But Putin's war of choice has required that we do what we said and to ensure this will be a strategic failure. Finally, let me just say a few words about the impact of Russia's choices on the U.S. We've intentionally scoped our sanctions to deliver severe impact on the Russian economy while minimizing the cost to the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. To be clear, our sanctions are not designed to cause any disruption to the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. We've carved out energy payments on a time-bound basis to allow for an orderly transition of these flows away from sanctioned institutions, and we provided other licenses to provide for an orderly wind down of business. Let me just stop there and take your questions.
I just had a real quick question. You said it would take some time before it affects the economy and inflation. What's the timetable? How long do you think it will take until you have demonstrable results?
Well, look, these are costs that build over time. And as I mentioned, I think last Friday, any leader, whether you're an autocrat or a small d Democrat, has to pay attention to the living standards of your country. And already we're seeing the effects of these measures and the signaling that we provided over the last 3 months. Before these sanctions were implemented, inflation in Russia was 8.7%. The government's borrowing costs had spiked above 10%. The ruble had lost almost 15% of its value. And today, those costs escalated dramatically. Now, it's going to be up to President Putin to decide, ultimately, how much cost he's willing to bear. But what we control is to make sure this will be a strategic failure, not just because of the sanctions, but also because of the export controls, because of Europe's accelerated diversification away from Russia in terms of its energy supply, due to our fortification of NATO's eastern flank, and due to the renewed energy and unity and determination by the West to stand up for our values and advance our principles.
But to confirm, you're in it for the long haul, right? You're until you see the results that you want.
We understand that these costs will accumulate over time.
Thank you. You've just laid out all of the actions that the U.S. that our allies have taken at this point. As you understand, the questions, though, at this point are about the actions you have not yet chosen to take at this point, specifically the SWIFT system and sanctioning President Putin specifically himself. What are the triggers at this point? Are there actions that President Putin might still take, you're expecting, that would trigger those sanctions? Or what are the potential complications, especially about sanctioning Putin personally?
So I understand a lot of questions about SWIFT and about sanctioning President Putin and lots of other measures that could be mentioned. But let me say this. I think today was a demonstration that we mean what we say. We delivered on what we said we would do in terms of imposing costs. So when we say all options are on the table and that we're prepared to continue to ratchet costs higher, it would be a mistake to doubt that resolve. But let me also step back and say that when we consider which sanctions to apply, we're not cowboys and cowgirls pressing a button to impose costs. We follow a set of principles. We want the sanctions to be impactful enough to demonstrate our resolve and to show that we have the capacity to deliver overwhelming costs to Russia. That's one. Number two, we want them to be responsible, to avoid even the perception of targeting the average Russian civilian, and of course, unwanted spillovers back to the US or the global economy. Number three, we want to stay coordinated. And so we calibrate our sanctions to maximize the chance that we move in lockstep with our allies and partners. Number four, they should be flexible so that we can escalate or de-escalate depending on facts on the ground. And lastly, as I mentioned before, they have to be sustainable. These sanctions work over the long term. That's what will guide our design.
In light of the sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, can you tell us whether there are sanctions against any other countries that are being seriously considered at the moment? And what is the line that a nation would need to cross in this conflict for them to be on the receiving end of sanctions from the U.S.?
Well, the Belarus measures were about delivering cost to a country that aided and abetted what we saw yesterday and overnight. But I have nothing else for you in terms of countries being targeted.
JJ.
Oh, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I know, I didn't mean, I was confusing the arms here. You want to go in the middle?
Thank you, Delete.
We'll come back to you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that would be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third, is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage, is it a high percentage?
I would go back to the principles of our design. The measures themselves and the exemptions are balanced so that we can deliver overwhelming costs while not having unintended consequences. And so that's the principle. But as to the specifics, I'd refer you to Treasury.
Wouldn't the oil be a large percentage? I mean, considering how important it is to Russia's bottom line?
Well, look, where we have an asymmetric advantage is in foreign capital and cutting-edge technology. So that's where we're delivering the most concentrated impact. When it comes to energy, this is the one area where Russia has systemic importance in the global economy. We know it's the second largest natural gas producer in the world. It's also the second largest crude oil producer in the world. That's not to say that we have a dependence on Russia. Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
Thanks. Two quick questions, Dilip. One, if Putin takes Kyiv, does that trigger additional sanctions, specifically that scenario?
Not going to speculate on particular hypotheticals.
And you mentioned the timeline. You've been asked about the timeline. The president said in one of the answers to his questions today, he said, let's have a conversation in a month to see if these sanctions are working. But my question is, what happens in the meantime? Russia is taking over parts of Ukraine, major parts of Ukraine, as we speak. So the world just sits back and watches that happen until these sanctions take effect.
Look, we can't dictate Putin's actions. What we can do is what's within our control, and to make sure this is going to be a strategic failure for Russia. And so over the course of the next month, what you can expect is that we'll see an intensifying negative feedback loop in Russian markets. And I've described the elements of that. You'll see record capital outflows. You'll see a weaker currency. You'll see higher inflation. You'll see lower purchasing power. You'll see lower investment. And that negative feedback loop, the velocity of it, is going to be determined by Putin's own actions. And so that's what you should expect on the financial sanctions front. On export controls, what you can see is that over time, this is going to atrophy Russia's capacity to diversify outside of just oil and gas and to modernize the strategic sectors that Putin himself has said he wants to develop: aerospace, defense, IT, lasers, sensors. These sectors all depend on foundational technologies designed and produced by the West. You will begin to see a chilling effect take hold in Russia as those inputs are denied.
Thank you. For weeks now, administration officials have repeatedly said, yourself included, that these sanctions are meant to deter and prevent Putin from moving forward, from acting. Can you help us understand why the president said today that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening? And then secondly, on a quick one on Putin sanctions, without talking about when you might trigger them, can you help us understand what harm they would do to him personally if you were to sanction Putin?
Look, on your first question, we don't usually engage in hypotheticals up here at this podium, but let's play this out. Had we unleashed our entire package of financial sanctions preemptively, I think a couple of things might have happened. Number one, President Putin might have said, look, these people are not serious about diplomacy. They're not engaging in a good faith effort to promote peace. Instead, they're escalating. And that could provide a justification for him to escalate and invade. Secondly, he could look at it as a sunk cost. In other words, President Putin could think, I've already paid the price. Why don't I actually take what I paid for, which is Ukraine's freedom? So that's what we wanted to avoid. Look, ultimately, the goal of our sanctions is to make this a strategic failure for Russia. And let's define a little bit what that means. Strategic success in the 21st century is not about a physical land grab of territory. That's what Putin has done. In this century, strategic power is increasingly measured and exercised by economic strength, by technological sophistication, and your story, who you are, what your values are. Can you attract ideas and talent and goodwill? And on each of those measures, this will be a failure for Russia.
It's the same.
No,
I keep asking you the same
I'm sorry, I
question.
didn't, I don't
Simon,
think,
she's not done yet. Let Bridget finish. Go ahead.
On President Putin.
but is it fair to say no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything? You certainly expected that, right?
Look, we signaled as clearly as we could what was coming if Russia proceeded with an invasion. You know, as I mentioned before, economic costs of this severity generally matter to any leader because of the effect it has on his people's living standards. In this case, Putin made the wrong choice.
It's the same. How can you I keep asking you the same
JJ's
question.
asking a question.
How can you
Go
ensure
ahead,
that
JJ.
these
One more on
sanctions
SWIFT, please.
don't really affect
The
ordinary
UK
people
has been
in Russia?
pressuring allies to still reject Russia from the SWIFT system. Can you say if the US is still intensely working to pressure allies to do the same? How intensely are you guys pursuing
I can't
that?
comment on what the UK's position is. I'm not going to speak to that. But what I'll say is the sanctions measures we imposed today, I think without question, were the most consequential ever levied on Russia, and arguably the most consequential ever levied in history, if you look at the aggregate financial impact on Russia. So that's why we took the measures that we did. And we did so because we could move in lockstep with our allies and partners, and because we think the spillover effects will be manageable.
I'm trying to figure out if this is still a realistic live round. Is the US really still making an intense effort for this, or is it essentially?
This being SWIFT? So look, again, I'm just going to repeat, all options are on the table, and we're prepared to ratchet costs higher at a time and place of our choosing. And, you know, President Putin should take that seriously after what he saw today.
Michael?
It's the same. How do you ensure that these sanctions don't really
Simon,
affect
Simon,
ordinary
Michael.
people
Let
in
Michael
Russia?
ask his question.
I keep
Go ahead,
asking the
Michael.
same question.
Just two questions. First, if you were to sanction Vladimir Putin, do you know where his money is?
Not going to comment on that.
And secondly, what is the message to Russia at this point on what it would take to roll back and relieve some of the sanctions that you put in place today?
Look, the road to diplomacy is always open. Diplomacy is never dead. But in the current circumstance, in the immediate aftermath of an invasion, that option is not available. Right now, we're imposing severe consequences on Russia for its decisions. If there were to be a shift in Russia's strategic choices that upheld core principles of respecting your neighbor's borders, respecting your neighbor's sovereignty, allowing countries to have the freedom to set their own course and their own destiny, that would be a different situation, but that's not where we are.
Tyler?
You suggested that there's things that still remain on the table, but as you walk through the hypothetical scenarios of trying to keep diplomacy open, you said that they have now crossed the line. But if you're saying there's still more on the table, do you expect things to get worse in the coming days, that Russia will continue to move forward? Is that the intelligence? I know you guys have been quite transparent about the intelligence you have. Are you keeping things back because you think the situation is going to get worse?
I think we've been transparent in to a remarkable degree. One aspect of that transparency is by saying we can't get into President Putin's head. And so your question requires me to speculate on how he's thinking about next steps, and I simply can't do that.
But just in terms of U.S. intelligence and the way that you are planning out the different sanctions you have and keeping things on the table, is that a sense that it will get worse because you want to hold things back?
Look, our job is to be prepared and manage risks, all manner of risks. And that's what we've been doing over the past 3 months as this crisis intensified. We'll continue doing that.
Last one from
Ensure
Steve.
that
Go
these
ahead.
sanctions
Just to follow
don't
up,
affect ordinary people in
Franco.
Russia.
The targeting the Russian energy industry is totally off the table. Is that what you're saying, Dilip?
What I'm saying is that our measures were not designed to disrupt in any way the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. Now, we have also said we are going to cut off Russia's access to cutting-edge technology. That technology can be used across many sectors. And so as it relates to Russia's long-term productive capacity, we are seeking to degrade that capacity, but nothing in the short term as it relates to energy.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank you.
joining
Thank
us.
you, Jen.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, I know it's late, but we will get to as many people as possible. I just wanted to note a couple of things at the top for all of you. One, USAID put out an announcement that they've deployed a DART, or Disaster Assistance Response Team, to respond to humanitarian needs in Ukraine. This DART team, which is currently based in Poland, is working closely with European allies and partners who will be on the front lines of the response. The team will lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response to help address critical needs caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The DART comprises 17 disaster experts from USAID who are assessing the situation, identifying priority needs to scale up assistance inside Ukraine, and working with partners to provide rapidly needed assistance to communities affected by the conflict. I know a number of you have also asked me, and we've tried to provide as much detail as possible about how the president has spent his time over the last period since last evening. I think we put out a few details, but just to reiterate for all of you, he closely monitored the events on the ground from both the Oval Office and then back in the residence over the course of last evening. We put out a few details last night, including the fact that he spoke repeatedly with his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. He also spoke with his UN Ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, before she gave that powerful speech at the UN last night. He received a briefing from Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, Secretary Blinken, and his national security advisor around 11 p.m. approximately last evening as well. And as you know, he also spoke with President Zelensky. He continued to monitor closely into the wee hours last night. This morning, as you all know, he met for just about an hour with his national security team, which included both a full table in the room and full members from the cabinet, from the national security team on the screen. During that meeting, as is standard, he received an update from, of course, Defense, Intel, his diplomatic team about the status on the ground, and he has, of course, remained closely engaged with them through the course of the day. As you know, he also had a G7 meeting that lasted a couple of hours this morning, and he also spent an hour this afternoon on the phone with the leaders in Congress, Democratic and Republican leaders in Congress, briefing them on the situation on a secure call, briefing them on the situation on the ground, answering questions they had as well. So that has been his day to date, and he is continuing, of course, to focus on other priorities as president. But why don't we go to you, Zeke?
Thanks, Jen. Just picking up on that, has the president made any additional foreign leader calls today? Has he spoken to President Zelensky since their call last evening?
There's not been another call to President Zelensky. I expect, as you have seen over the past several days, he will continue to have calls with leaders. We will keep you abreast as those happen.
And with the U.S. government saying that it believes that the Russian objective right now is to, quote, decapitate the Ukrainian government, does U.S. believe that President Zelensky at this moment is safe?
We're not going to get into security questions, but we are in touch with President Zelensky, and we are working to provide him a range of support.
And President Zelensky, in addition to calling for the West to cut Russia off from SWIFT, also proposed or called for, demanded, I think was the word he used in a tweet, that the U.S. And its allies impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I know the president has said that he won't put U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine to fight Russia. Is Ukrainian airspace in play? Is that something that is subject to any discussions?
We've certainly seen his tweet or his request via tweet, but I don't have an update on that request.
That's not off the table. The no-fly zone's not off the table.
Again, I don't have any update on this point in time or status of the discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on troops fast and a few cyber questions. Sure. Do you expect NATO to call up a major response force, and how many U.S. troops could be called to help in that effort?
That's really up to NATO. As you know, we have a number of troops, thousands of troops that are on call, but that is a decision to be made by the NATO alliance.
And the president said, if Putin pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. So just clarifying, does that first mean that there has not been any evidence of any cyber attack from Russia against any American companies at this point?
Not that we have identified or attributed at this point in time.
And can you explain?
I mean, aside from past ones that you're fully tracking.
Yeah, I guess I mean in the last 24 hours.
I understand.
And can you explain more of the White House's thinking on kind of this debate in Washington about whether a cyber attack against a NATO ally would trigger an Article 5 response, a response from the alliance?
Well, that again is up to the NATO alliance to determine, but obviously a cyber attack does constitute an attack, so that would certainly be a point of discussion among the NATO members.
Okay, one more really fast. On the USAID disaster
Yeah.
response you just mentioned, a 17-person team, is that enough? I mean, we're talking about, we've heard you guys talk about the potential of hundreds of thousands of
You're
refugees.
absolutely right, and I think that's an important point. But what we're trying to do here is provide any incremental update on the status of what our work is. And I'll just note, and you may be fully aware of this, but in terms of humanitarian assistance, we have been the biggest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We've provided over $52 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year. Over the past few weeks, we've committed additional funding and supplies to humanitarian organizations. There's been a specific need and therefore a focus on support services, food, clean water, hygiene, shelter, trauma, primary health care, and we are prepared to certainly provide a significant amount more. So this is just one step, obviously less than 24 hours after the events of last night, and we will continue to plus up from here. Go ahead.
Jen, there are a number of protests within Russia itself. Are you monitoring this? What's your message to them?
Well, there certainly are, and I know with everything going on, this may not have caught everybody's attention, but let me just note that, today we're seeing Russian people in the streets, open letters from leading Russian journalists and cultural figures denouncing President Putin's war of choice, and reports of Russian mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to this fratricidal war. I think it's important to remember back in 2014 when they didn't even acknowledge that they were sending Russian soldiers. They didn't even acknowledge when there were body bags coming back from Ukraine into Russia. And there is an outcry in the streets by Russian people, by more Russian people than I think many would expect. So despite Putin's crackdown at home, dissenting views remain. And I think that's important to note. To publicly protest against President Putin and his war is a deeply courageous act. Their actions show the world that despite the Kremlin's propaganda, there are Russian people who profoundly disagree with what he is doing in Ukraine.
One more. Speaker Pelosi's talking about sending $600 million in lethal aid to Ukraine. Is this something you support?
We are in conversations with Congress, and I mentioned the president spoke with leaders just earlier this afternoon. I don't have an exact number, but those are ongoing conversations about what needs the Ukrainians have on the ground in a variety of categories: security, humanitarian, other economic assistance. Go ahead.
Does the U.S. have any analysis to indicate that there is dissent or division within Putin's government, or is it your understanding that Putin's government is united in this war?
It's an interesting question, and Jamie, without getting into intelligence, which obviously we look at, I mentioned obviously Russians protesting in the streets. That's not exactly what you asked about, but if you watched the meeting the President Putin had with members of his national security team the other day, it was quite striking, the back and forth he had with his intel chief in that meeting. The analysis of that certainly can be done in an open source manner, given it was quite public, but I will leave outside analysis to give further assessment of that.
And as you know, we are seeing Ukrainians start to flee the country.
Yeah.
Is the U.S. prepared to accept Ukrainian refugees?
We are, but we certainly expect that most, if not the majority, will want to go to Europe in neighboring countries. So we are also working with European countries on what the needs are, where there is capacity. Poland, for example, where we are seeing an increasing flow of refugees over the last 24 hours, or flow of individuals, I should say, out of Ukraine, what their needs are, and we've been talking and engaging with Europeans about that for some time now.
What part of what you're doing is to prepare for the United States to accept?
The president is certainly prepared for that, but I would just note that because there are a number of European countries neighboring Ukraine who have expressed an openness to it, we would anticipate many of them would want to go to European countries.
And just one more quick question. The president, of course, has repeatedly said that American troops will not enter Ukraine. Yeah. Is there any scenario that has been discussed where that decision might be reconsidered?
The president has no intention of sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. That has not changed. Go ahead.
This was asked of the president earlier, but I don't think we got a full answer. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin said that he warned if others got involved of such consequences that you have never encountered in your history. Does the U.S. understand that as a threat of using nuclear weapons?
Well, we can't obviously get into the mind of President Putin as much as he said that, nor do we know all the specific details about his strategic posture, but we don't see any increased threat in that regard at this point in time. Go ahead.
Just follow up on some of the cyber questions.
Sure.
I know that you and others have talked about how the government is on alert for the potential of a cyber attack. But can you share, like, are there any specific steps that are being taken that you can share that the U.S. is doing to protect the infrastructure, power grid, U.S. banks?
Well, I would say, one, there's been efforts that have been ongoing for some time, since the beginning of the administration, to harden the private sector, or work with the private sector in partnership to harden their cybersecurity protections. We've actually seen a great deal of progress made in the financial sector. It's one of the stronger sectors in terms of protections from a cyber front that we see out there. So it's been ongoing for several months. Obviously, when there are moments like this where we continue to watch and look for what the potential is, we continue to engage closely with a range of industries about what they need to do, about the potential threats, and that's something that happens obviously privately and through a range of agencies. I can see if there's anything more specific that we can read out to all of you.
Just real quick, one follow-up. President Biden said that the U.S. is prepared if an attack comes there. He said prepared to respond. Would that response be a
cyber attack?
A cyber attack, yes. Would that be an equivalent cyber attack against Russia?
Well, I would say that the president reserves the option to respond in any manner of his choosing, overt or covert, seen or unseen, as we like to say in more available English. But I'm not going to get into specifics of what that looks like. He has a range of options. Go ahead.
Thanks. On oil prices and the SPR, does the administration have an oil price in mind that would trigger another release from the SPR?
I think not that we're going to get into detail or from here, JJ. I understand certainly the question. What you heard the president talk about today, and I can just reiterate a little bit, is that what has been ongoing, both from the president, who's been very engaged in this, having conversations with leaders in the Middle East and other parts of the world, as well as many members of his national security team, taking whatever steps we can to mitigate the impact on the global oil markets. And obviously that means increasing supply. Obviously a coordinated release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve would be part of that. But in terms of what that looks like or the specifics, I'm just not in a position to get into more details at this point.
Thanks. If the worst happens and Russia either reduces the flow of natural gas or cuts off energy altogether to Europe, does the administration have a good idea for how long households in Europe could last under that kind of circumstance?
I don't have an assessment of that from here. I can certainly check with our economic team. One thing I will say that one of the steps we've been taking, obviously natural gas shortages and supply is an enormous regional issue, one that would hugely impact Europe more than here, of course. One of the steps we've been focused on and been taking is engaging with partners who may have excess LNG supply, like countries in Europe, Japan, for example, where we were planning to give them some, and now they're going to divert it to Europe. So we've been working to help mitigate any impact of a further invasion and a shortage in Europe. Go ahead.
Some of the activity that we've seen today in Ukraine, some of the clashes have been in and around Chernobyl. Does the United States have an assessment of the risk of a radioactive release?
So I do have one actual update on that as well. There's also been, there was also a report out, so let me speak to this first just so I don't forget, about hostages around there as well. So let me speak to that first. We are outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facilities hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage-taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and greatly concerning. We condemn it and we request their release. In terms of a further assessment, I don't have anything more on that from here.
You gave a readout of how the president spent the past 24 hours or so. First, I wanted to ask about his call with President Zelensky. Did he indicate if he was still in Kyiv? Did he identify his location at this point?
We are aware of where he is located, and we are in touch with him. I would say on that call, what they discussed is President Zelensky's request for the president to condemn the actions of President Putin and the Russians and to engage with other global leaders about it, and that's exactly what he's done.
We've seen a number of statements today from former presidents, President Obama, President Bush, and also saw former President Trump on television talking about this. Has the president, you mentioned during the Afghanistan drawdown, he had been in contact with his predecessors. Has he been in touch with any of his predecessors during this?
He has not been today.
And then in terms of another domestic priority that was potentially included in his meetings today. Given the situation, his time and focus and attention on the Supreme Court, on Ukraine, will this affect the timing of his Supreme Court announcement at this point?
We are still on track to make an announcement before the end of the month. We have to do a lot of things around here at the same time. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the cyber attacks and Article 5 question, I know you said that it's up to NATO to decide, but from a U.S. perspective, would any cyber attack against a NATO ally trigger Article 5, or would there be a measure for what counts?
Again, this is a conversation we would have with our NATO allies and partners. I don't have anything in addition to add to it.
And just to follow up on the Supreme Court, I know you said you're on track, but has he made a final decision given there are basically 2 days left for the end of the month?
Not a final, and no job offer has been made. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a couple. Are there any concerns or indications at this point that Russia had prepared for the sanctions that you're putting in place and kind of developed preemptively ways to blunt that impact?
Well, it's an interesting question, and some of it is hard because it's hard to get into the minds of President Putin and the oligarchs around him. One of the steps we tried to take is to, as we were contemplating the individuals we were going to sanction, we sanctioned family members as well, because what we've seen the tactics they've used in the past is they've moved money around and resources around to family members, and we tried to address that on the front end. In terms of the banking and the financial sector, I mean, it accounts for such a large percentage of how they do business that would be a difficult thing for them to plan and plot against. And if you look to just even the anticipation of the potential sanctions, as Dilip was mentioning, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world right now. Their inflation has skyrocketed. So we're even seeing in their markets the anticipated impact even before today, and that's even before the actual squeeze on the financial sector in the country. So it feels to me it would be a little hard to plan around and plot around given the significance of what was done today and the fact that when we sanctioning 10 of Russia's financial institutions and these export control measures, which essentially cuts President Putin off from semiconductors and access to a range of technology he wants for the future. Those are difficult things to plan ahead for.
And then I guess secondly, does the administration have any assessment for how China is reacting to this at this point? Whether they are willing to provide support to Russia, how much, and has there been any kind of contact there to kind of attempt to move them off of any support?
Well, in terms of what impact they can have, I mean, China only accounts for about 15% of China and Russia. I'm not sure. You can double check me on this. About 15% of the global economy. If you look at G7 partners in the U.S. and Europe, it's about 50%, right? So they cannot cover what the impact of the sanctions that have been announced in coordination with Europe, how they would impact Russia. I think from our perspective as it relates to China, well, I can't get into the heads of what their thinking is. This is a moment for China, for any country, to think about what side of history they want to stand on here. And that is certainly the case that we would make publicly and privately. I think you saw that Secretary Blinken spoke with his counterpart just a couple of days ago. The president's certainly open to speaking with his counterpart, but I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time or a timeline. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Over the past couple of weeks, as you've been sending the
So you've been listening in to the White House briefing. Press Secretary Jen Psaki talking about these new sanctions that have been imposed by the Biden administration, and many people around the country and around the world trying to tell the Biden administration to stand with Ukraine at this time. Want to take you to a couple of different live looks across the country that we've been showing you. We had in a shot outside of the White House itself, a massive rally of people coming together in support of Ukraine at this time. And then also out in Michigan, people stepping up to the podium, stepping up to the microphone, voicing their concerns with the situation underway in Ukraine. So many civilians at this time unsure of what the future is going to look like. And it's not just Michigan and D.C., also Chicago having people showing up in droves to show support as well. Fox 32's Casey Cronus joining us live from Chicago at this time. And Casey, what do they have to say about the situation? You know, community members here, especially in Chicago's Ukrainian village, are expressing anger, anxiety, and heartbreak, condemning Russia's invasion of their home country and calling for an immediate end to these military attacks. Now, earlier today, a rally was held here at this church, Saints Vladimir and Olha Ukrainian Catholic Church. People were carrying Ukrainian flags and signs, gathering on the steps of the church and even spilling into nearby streets. Those in attendance expressing anger over what is occurring and also sadness as so many people here in Chicago who are of Ukrainian descent still have family overseas. They are calling for sanctions harsher than what President Biden announced earlier today that would severely impact Russia's economy.
President Biden promised hard-hitting sanctions. He said, cross the red line, Putin, and we will make you pay. How much more Ukrainian blood has to be shed to make them pay? Now is the time. Unleash the sanctions. Stop the war. Stop Russia's economy. Today, there must be action by the United Nations.
Now, 2 prayer vigils will take place this evening. We'll be heading to one just around the corner at another Ukrainian Catholic cathedral. That'll take place at 6 o'clock local time. And then a second prayer vigil will be taking place out in the suburb of Palatine. Ukrainian community members really coming together here in Chicago and the suburbs. There are about 200,000 people of Ukrainian descent who live in Chicago and thousands right here in Ukrainian Village. And Casey, we heard in that soundbite right there, they're demanding that President Biden unleash further sanctions. Have they responded to the newest sanctions in which he's put forth today? They're still just saying they're not enough. That's right. They say the sanctions need to be even harsher and impact Vladimir Putin directly. They say they need the U.S. to show a stronger stance when it comes to those sanctions. All right, Fox 32's Casey Cronus live in Chicago for us tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're going to keep it on Russia right now. As you heard, the sanctions are going to be targeting Russian banks. They're targeting oligarchs, high-tech sectors. The United States and its allies are blocking assets of 4 large Russian banks, imposing export controls and sanction oligarchs as well. Press Secretary Jen Psaki being asked about the export controls underway and also other officials under the Biden administration. They say these are historic sanctions, possibly the most hefty in the U.S.'s history here. So pretty substantial words. We're going to go back into the press conference, and we'll also be checking in with some of our financial experts as the big board in the red today. The economy here in the United States being hit as well. Here's the press secretary.
Or any sort of protection?
Sure. As you know, that's a decision that would be made through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't have any prediction of that. I mean, I don't have any kind of prediction of that at this point in time. Obviously, these events are just unfolding as we speak.
That process hasn't started, that conversation?
I'm not going to give you any specifics on an internal process, but I would just say, again, it's an interagency process, and right now we're, of course, in the middle of an invasion and a war in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Earlier you had said you have to do a lot of things at the same time. One of those things, of course, is the State of the Union next week.
Yes.
Can you tell us how the president this week has been preparing for that, how much time he spent on this speech, and how he's juggling that with this very busy schedule that you laid out earlier tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to obviously being very closely engaged and leading the effort on the U.S. response to the Russian military invasion of Ukraine, the president has been working with speechwriters, working with members of his policy team to finalize details of his State of the Union, starting to do some read-throughs, not too many yet. I expect those will increase in the days ahead. I expect we won't have too much of a preview for you, maybe tomorrow, but maybe more likely this weekend. weekend. He's also been engaging with his COVID team, talking about where we are in the state of the pandemic, what's next in the pandemic. He's been working closely with his economic team on and receiving updates on the supply chain, the implementation of the infrastructure bill. So even as we have all been understandably focused on the conflict in Ukraine, the president has been very hard at work on a range of issues that are vital to the American people.
You touched on my follow-up. ABC is reporting that the White House is revamping the COVID strategy now that hospitalizations are on the decline. Should we expect the president to roll that out in the speech next Tuesday?
I don't have any preview for you on timeline or format, but the president has been working and engaged with his COVID team for some time now, and we're making strong progress on moving toward a time when COVID is no longer a crisis. The COVID team has been spending a lot of time and energy, including with the president, working with experts inside and outside government, local public health officials and governors, and this work is broader than one piece of guidance. How we look at it is we're preparing to stay ahead of the virus, protecting our most vulnerable, keeping our country open, and that is going to look at everything from the CDC is obviously reviewing mask guidance, but also how we're going to ensure that vaccines, boosters, tests, treatments, and other important components of our medicine cabinet are available to the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I had a couple of questions.
Sure. And then I'll go to you next. Go ahead.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. First, a follow-up about some of the humanitarian needs you've been talking about.
Sure.
You've talked about how much money and supplies are going to be going, but how are you going to ensure that those supplies get to the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is there going to be some sort of airdrop? And would the president consider putting U.S. boots on the ground for humanitarian needs to make sure they get to the people that need them?
Well, we do have, fortunately or unfortunately, a fair amount of experience on providing humanitarian assistance in conflict zones, and we typically work, and USAID specifically has a great deal of experience with that, working with trusted third-party entities, obviously the government, which remains in power. So there's a range of ways that we would provide assistance. In terms of other mechanisms, I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And then another question for you, and this has been happening while you've been up at the podium.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to ambush you, but
Sure.
I wanted to give you a chance to respond. Senator Ted Cruz is speaking at CPAC, and you came up. He called you "quote unquote" peppermint patty and has encouraged people to boo you. So I wanted to.
Don't tell him I like peppermint patty. So I'm not going to take it too offensively. Senator Cruz, I like peppermint patty. I'm a little tougher than that, but there you go. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so back to the president's comments earlier today. So he did say to give it a month to see if these sanctions work.
Yeah.
However, under Russia's current assault, Ukraine clearly might not have a month or even weeks. So is it fair to say that he is conceding Ukraine to Putin?
There's nothing about the president's strategy or approach or leadership in the world, building a coalition of the majority of countries, in the Western world, to stand against the actions of President Putin that suggests that he is ceding anything. You saw him lay out a set of historic sanctions today that will maximize pain on Russia. Yes, as we've conveyed, they're meant to have a squeeze over the course of time, but we're already seeing an impact on the financial markets, on the currency, on inflation in Russia, and there are unfortunately the Russian people are going to feel the pain of that. So I would say the president is going to continue, as he has for weeks now, to work in close lockstep with European partners to continue to press from the global community for de-escalation as it relates to the events in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. If President Zelensky is in danger of being killed or captured and put on some sort of a show trial, would President Biden send U.S. troops in on a rescue mission to get him out?
Again, we are in touch with President Zelensky, who is an important partner. We support him. He's the leader of Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, but I'm not going to get into security steps.
Okay. There's this talk about a possible forecast for financial pain, particularly at the gas pump for Americans. The president said today the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely. Would he try to ensure that by lifting some of the restrictions that he's put in place on the energy industry or rethinking some projects like the Keystone Pipeline?
Well, first of all, the Keystone Pipeline is not flowing, so I'm not sure how that would solve anything. There's also plenty of oil leases that are not being tapped into by oil companies, so you should talk to them about that and why. But what the president's talking about is we certainly understand, and he said this today, right? May have been in response to your question, I don't remember. But if there's an invasion of another country by a big country, there's going to be impacts on the markets, right? And we certainly anticipated that, and we anticipate that as it relates to the global oil market as well. So that's why the president for weeks now has been engaging with a range of big global suppliers, some in the Middle East, others, to see what we can do to ensure there's supply out there in the market to reduce the impact on the American people.
And the U.S. is one of the Russian oil industry's best customers, hundreds of thousands of barrels per day. Would the president ever consider ordering U.S. companies to stop importing Russian oil?
I don't have any prediction of that at this point, Peter. We announced some significant sanctions today. Our objective is to ensure there is the greatest economic pain on Russia, and not on the Russian people, but on President Putin, and to minimize the impact on the American people, including companies here in the United States. All right, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.
He said that he thinks that Putin's going to go and try to expand back the Soviet Union. So is this, do you all think this is Act One in a multiple country invasion?
Well, I'm not going to make a prediction of that, but we certainly think he has grander ambitions in Ukraine.
To clarify that same point, does he believe that President Putin is going to absorb Ukraine into Russia when he says that President Putin wants to reestablish the Soviet Union? Is that what he's saying?
I think he believes that, as we all do, that President Putin has grander ambitions in Ukraine. Hence, the military campaign is continuing. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
All of us from now on.
We'll do this more tomorrow.
So the press secretary heading out of the press room there, being asked about the sanctions that have been imposed. She said that they want to impose sanctions that are going to be substantial and consequential for President Putin out in Russia, but something that wouldn't totally disrupt and destroy the economy of the United States. Speaking of the economy, stock markets in the red, the big board closing pretty low today, not looking too hot. Also, gas prices are going to keep spiking here. We've known that they've been going up over the past couple of months, and now with the circumstances only going to get worse. How much worse? We'll be speaking with a financial expert after this break.
We all want to think about markets over time, But on a day like today, we're looking at it from minute to minute to second.
Economist Peter Borish weighing in on stocks and how Americans will be affected by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He doesn't want us to panic as numbers shift, but to be smart and thoughtful with how we handle our investments. He suggests not making adjustments based on news or emotion.
Is inflation going to pick up? Is government spending going to pick up? And what's monetary policy? Those are the three things one needs to think about before they make any personal portfolio adjustments.
Stocks took wild turns all day on Thursday here in the U.S. and across the globe. You can also expect to see gas prices rise at the pumps here as crude oil surged above $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014.
At some point, they'll come back down. When exactly that happens and how high they'll go before that happens is a question that's nearly impossible to answer at this point.
President Biden says his administration is using every tool at its disposal to try and prevent rising prices at the pump. These surging prices stem from the unease about the possible disruption of Russian supplies, since Russia is a major oil producer. Gas prices were already high before this, and economist Desmond Lachman doesn't expect prices to drop anytime soon.
You have now the oil price shock coming from Russia. You've got grain shock coming from Ukraine. There's a great deal of geopolitical uncertainty. There's a great deal of inflation. Equity valuations are still very high, that the average American should be cautious.
So we want to bring on our own economist right here, Sam Dixon with the Oxford Advisory Group. Thanks for joining us here, Sam.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so your response to all of this as new sanctions being imposed by the Biden administration, how quickly, I think that's the main question right now, is the timeline for this? Could this have the effect that they're trying to have on Putin fast enough?
I think it all comes down to how willing they are to actually enforce them, right? How quickly are they actually going to roll them out? It's nice to lay out an agenda, but are they actually going to enforce it? That's kind of what's going to determine how quickly they have any type of effect. I mean, you've already seen the gas prices going up, right? And that's been happening at your pump. That's actually mostly because the markets and refineries were kind of anticipating conflict over there anyways. So what happened over the last few weeks, all these refineries said, well, you know what? If we're going to have our supply disrupted, let's go ahead and just grab as much as we can right now. Let's pull it in. That created a lot more demand, okay, which drove the price up, and you're starting to feel that at your pump right now.
Exactly, and that has been the looming concern for at least people in the United States is higher gas prices. What potentially could that be looking like?
Well, I don't see it letting up anytime soon, given what's happening over there, which is very unfortunate at this moment, right? But, you know, it's not the only economic factor that's contributing to this market. Okay, the market has been unsteady since before this conflict, right? And that's mostly because of the Fed bumping interest rates, okay? So essentially, when the Fed dropped interest rates 2 years ago, it created what we call easy money, right? And easy money is where a lot of money floods into the market, and you've had a great bull run the last 2 years here. It's been nice. Everything's been going up. And then last year, the Fed said, hey, we're going to bump interest rates and pull some of the support we've been doing, right? So that's not anything new. They said it last year. The problem is the market's just now reacting to it. And that's why you've had kind of a rough little bumpy market right here is the Fed's not helping as much. They're bumping those interest rates, which people are pulling money out of the market now.
Right, exactly. It's a flurry of issues that are hitting the market right now. From your view, is President Biden doing enough to stabilize the American economy amid all this?
You know, I think he's got to implement some of the stuff he's come out and said he's going to do. I'm going to review all these sanctions more in depth since I just rolled them out, of course. But I'm going to go through and see, you know, how viable are they actually to implement them quickly, and how big of an effect will they actually have? Okay, again, it's going to come down to follow through. If they follow through with some of the things that we've already read and just heard her talk about, then there could definitely be some impact, right? The only thing I worry about is, hey, how much of that impact is going to blow back on the American consumer, right? Like at the pump. And that's something you feel every day. So that's a little different than inflation, right? That's something you feel literally, or at least me, twice a week in my SUV because it hogs the gas, right? So I feel that multiple times a week.
Right. Gas prices, inflation, and now I want to go into the food industry because wheat and corn, Ukraine is a major producer. You know, what effect could that have on not only America, but other countries that it's a major exporter for?
You know, there's a ton of countries that rely upon that for a great portion of their imports for their food. And I know we felt the effect, at least, you know, we had that chicken shortage hit us a little bit here. That one hit me personally as well, going to Publix, not being able to get enough chicken for myself. And I hate to think that that's going to then branch out into these other food groups. But, you know, these other countries that aren't as well off throughout the world that do rely upon those are the ones that are actually going to feel the impact a lot worse than particularly us on that particular item there. So that concerns me pretty great. If it's anything like we've seen in the past, it's going to cause some serious issues in some of the lower end countries.
For people who are really uncertain right now, probably every American in the stock market, what is your biggest tips during this time? What should we be watching?
I think the biggest thing is take the emotion out of it, right? So we as humans love to make emotional reactions, emotional decisions, okay? When it comes to investing, that might be the worst thing you can do, okay? So I always recommend, hey, create an action plan, right? Set some rules up that, hey, if the market does this, you're going to do this in response in your account, okay? And you set these rules. That way you take the emotion out of it and you take the what I call the knee-jerk reaction out of it, right? We don't want to make an emotional decision because we haven't really thought it through. So we create these action item plans for ourselves through what I call little rules, right? And you follow that, it tends to help take the emotion out of investing, which is usually better.
Yep, definitely an emotional time right now as things are escalating out in Ukraine. Sam Dixon, any last thoughts when it comes to reaction on the stock market end?
Nope, just think through every decision. Don't make the emotional reaction. Create an action item plan, right? Even just for yourself, right? Every investor is different. Everybody's in a different stage of life, but everybody can create an action plan for themselves to react properly. That way, again, you don't make that emotional decision, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. Stay safe.
Thank you.
And we are going to, when we come back, talk a little more in depth about those sanctions, hear from President Biden himself as he addressed the nation earlier about the announcement, as well as just the situation underway in Ukraine at this time. We're also getting updates from Kyiv about the latest when it comes to death counts here. Stay with us as we take you through all of these developments live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have some breaking news coming in right now. President Zelensky of Ukraine saying today we lost 137 military and civilians, including 10 officers. All defenders of the Snake Island are dead. There's been reports of 11 female soldiers who died after Putin's missile hit their barracks as well. We've been getting this video in throughout the day of explosions going off from down on the ground in Ukraine overnight and throughout the day as well. We brought it all to you live here when it happened. Those first explosions ringing out can be seen in the night sky or early morning sky of Kyiv, and also residences completely destroyed, buildings shattered. The situation surreal down on the ground. We'll be hearing from a doctor who has been in close communication with 50 doctors who have been on the ground helping and assisting during the turmoil and chaos there out in Ukraine. Stay with us for that conversation coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. Ahead of that, though, we want to go out to President Biden from earlier today as he is imposing new sanctions in hopes of slowing the push from President Putin and Russia. Here's those full remarks.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine without provocation, without justification, without necessity. This is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment, and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, the region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide without any evidence. We saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It will strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It will degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It will hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them. But the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. And they have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards.
So that was a portion of the briefing from President Biden a little bit earlier as he's talking about humanitarian aid being sent to Ukraine at this time to help out the people there down on the ground. We're going to take a commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to speak with a co-founder of Just Point, which is a medical malpractice company, and they have 50 different doctors that are there on the ground in Ukraine experiencing all these situations. 137 people dead at this time. That's the latest update from Ukrainian President Zelensky. So what is their life looking like today? What is the medical assistance that is needed there in Ukraine? Those are all questions that we will have answered here in just a few minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Almost 5 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast as we are tracking all of the developments when it comes to the Russian invasion at this time. I want to bring in Alexander Zakharchuk, who is the co-founder of Just Point, a medical malpractice company with 50 different doctors out in Ukraine right now. And Alexander, I know that you've been in constant communication with many of these doctors. First of all, thanks for joining us here on the stream. I know that it's probably been a very exhausting day for you. You're from Ukraine. How are you feeling at this time?
I think just like most of the other Ukrainians, I'm feeling surprised because we saw what Russia is capable of in 2014, but frankly, I think no one expected such a degree of cowardness, right? They've been repeating for a month or two before attacking Ukraine that they're absolutely not going to attack Ukraine, right? So it is confusion, it is anger. But most of all, again, I care for all the people who are there in Ukraine now. There are my relatives there. There are our employees there. There are all the people of Ukraine. We are trying to figure out ways to help them to the extent that we can.
So just walk me through what many of their days have looked like, what they've described to you, what they've seen, what they've heard through the hours, through the past day.
Yeah, I heard from many people, and actually many of the Ukrainian cities were bombarded. Russia started the day with missile attacks to the critical objects of Ukrainian infrastructure. And many people wrote us that they woke to the sounds of explosions. And then some of the cities were not attacked yet. So people, at least in the morning before they understood what is going on the global scale, they were still feeling relatively safe. But some of the people thought about evacuating right away. We have, I think, around 10 of the doctors who are working with us in Ukraine moving towards the western regions of Ukraine. But at the same time, we have some of our employees who are volunteering currently in the hospitals. So obviously someone chooses to stay and help the military, help to rescue the wounded people. Overall, the situation is very chaotic in Ukraine right now, but in fact, the more organized we are, the better we can resist these Russian attacks, obviously.
So, Alexander, we're taking a look at video of evacuations from earlier today. You said some of the doctors are evacuating, that you know, some are sticking around. The ones who are sticking around, what do they have to say? Is it escalating even more? Do they anticipate many more fatalities?
Yeah, I think that within the next few days, there will be many more fatalities from both sides. I know that this morning, some of the hospitals in Ukraine started asking, the locals started asking people to donate their blood. So everyone is trying to get ready, because I think it is a matter of time when the things get even more serious than they are now.
What is the need right now for people who are probably watching across the United States and viewers around the globe as well? How can anyone help out during this?
To my knowledge, the National Bank of Ukraine opened the account to which people can donate money to help Ukraine to protect themselves. And in addition to this, the countries neighboring of Ukraine are ready to accept refugees, which helps a lot. Obviously, there is no question of, well, direct intervention of any other country, but to the extent that you can support Ukraine with donations for the individuals or with defensive weapons for the other countries, I think we needed to save the peace in the world, right? Because I don't think that at this point anyone believes that Putin is going to stop after, or if he succeeds in Ukraine. He will go further. It is a matter of time. There are ex-Soviet countries which he doesn't consider to be countries, just like Ukraine. There are other countries of the former Eastern Bloc, like Poland, for example. So I think that if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, then no one will be feeling safe. And it is important to emphasize that I'm saying Putin will succeed in Ukraine, not Russians, because I know that there are lots of protests in Russia right now against the war. In fact, I am myself half Ukrainian and half Russian, so I don't think that this is a question of nationality. It is a question of the choice, maybe not even the choice. It is this terrible, delusional dictator and the people brainwashed by him against the whole civilized humanity.
Describe what it's like when you're in conversation with these doctors. What is the tone of their voice? What is their plea right now? And do they still have pride in Ukraine amid all of this?
Yeah, I think everyone does their best to help to protect Ukraine. At the same time, I feel that many of those people are confused. The most scary thing is probably uncertainty right now. Everyone knows that terrible things can come because, again, we've witnessed the actions of Russia and the way the Russians approach the ethical side of the work in Syria, for example, right? They are not, they don't care about the civilians. They don't care about people in general, and both Russian people and the people whom they are attacking. So I think it is confusion, first of all, but then people are supporting each other a lot. I know that people are helping their neighbors. If someone requires transportation to the safe place, if someone wants their wives and kids to be safe, then people are helping with that. And I know that people in the neighboring countries, including Poland and Hungary, and the Baltic countries, are ready to accept Ukrainian refugees. And many people in the whole Europe now, there are protests near Russian embassies and consulates. So people are not just, sitting idle. They are trying to do whatever they can.
And we do, it looks like we had something pop up on our feeds here. President Zelensky speaking out right now, the Ukrainian president who has maintained the want and the need for Ukrainian people to feel peace and unity at this time. Your response to President Zelensky through the past couple of days, through the weeks, with his communication to the Ukrainian people?
I think that it is really important for the Ukrainian people to have the figure to gather around, right? I know that the last presidential elections in Ukraine were somewhat divisive for the country, but currently that we saw the reaction of the president towards the threat, I think that it is a worthy man, to lead the defense of the country. And it is important to have a leader. It is important to have the reliable source of information. And I think that currently the Ukrainian governmental institutions are doing an excellent job of providing reliable information to the people of Ukraine and to the people in the whole world. Because let's not forget that one of the ways that Russia wages war is the information war, right? They have been pumping the world with lies for years. And it is very important for every one of us to develop critical thinking, to check to validate the messages from the media, to understand what is true, what is not. Again, for example, the claims of Russians that in Ukraine the Russian-speaking people were oppressed, it is absolutely false. I know many people who speak Russian and who will defend Ukraine with arms in their hands. I myself, my first language long time ago was Russian. I'm speaking Ukrainian within my family with my wife and kids, but I'm thinking in Russian. And I can absolutely guarantee that no one, neither in the east of Ukraine nor in the west of Ukraine, is oppressed for using Russian language.
Yeah, the pride in both of these countries has been definitely a major playing point for this, and we just want to report to everyone in those statements from President Zelensky. He said they want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kyiv. He says that he will remain in the capital despite these imminent attacks. He says the enemy sabotage forces have entered the capital. Me and my family are remaining. Your response?
Yeah, again, I think partially I'm proud that currently in this time we have this president who is willing to fight back. I'm not sure how many families and children of Russian politicians are currently in Russia, for example. Yeah, I think again it is worth uniting, and if we want to have a chance to defend ourselves, and by ourselves I don't only mean Ukraine, I mean again all the democratic world, unity is our own choice.
Yep. Unity is definitely the choice of all the people who are having no choice at this point with the invasion underway. Any last thoughts as this continues here? Any message to the people who maybe have never been to Ukraine or getting first introduced to this conflict underway with Russia and Ukraine? Last thoughts here.
Yeah, I think that historically, Ukraine has been a very peaceful country. Ukrainians are really friendly people. And those who were in Ukraine, I think they can all confirm that. And we are now in a situation that we have to protect ourselves. I think it is important to emphasize that the sentiment of Ukrainians towards Russia before 2014 was very, very positive. And the claims that you sometimes hear from Russians that it is Ukraine that is the source of this war. This is absolutely not true. In fact, the Ukrainian government and the presidents of Ukraine, both Poroshenko and Zelensky, have been using every available means to peacefully resolve the conflict, even though the essence of the conflict is that Russia invaded Ukraine. But currently we are in a situation that we have to defend ourselves. And I think that here in defending ourselves, we really defend all the world against Russia, because they absolutely, they will not stop at it. So I would ask everyone who can help, either with, again, donating money to protect Ukraine, or with sending help. I know that Germany was going to send the field hospitals, etc.
Right.
Any kind of help would be useful, would be appreciated. And again, by protecting Ukraine now, you are protecting the, well, maybe even our civilization in the long run, because obviously Putin doesn't imagine the consequences, the long-term consequences of what he's doing. Apparently, he's currently delusional, and this attack is an indication of that.
Alexander Zakarchuk, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you. We'll be thinking about all of those doctors that are out on the ground in Ukraine, helping the people and trying to stay safe themselves.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to stick with this through the rest of the evening as we are monitoring all of the developments here on Live Now from Fox, including new sanctions introduced by President Biden. We'll get to that in just a moment. Also, cybersecurity threats that are still underway at this time. Updates on that with context from experts coming up.
Tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine. May God protect our troops. Associated Press, Zeke.
Do you have any plans to speak with President Putin at this point? And what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point? And what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of Nato. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin.
Mr. President.
Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve. So he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming. I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together. And we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going?
Yes.
Thank you. Two topics, just really quick. First, markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond. And markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's your next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read I'm not being a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speech is why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
And with his ambitions, you're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
because
attacking
it will so
Ukraine
weaken his country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choice as to whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
it's not a bluff, it's on the table.
Sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President?
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir?
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. Look, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
So India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
May yield the financial impact, sir. Are you sanctioning President Putin?
So once again, President Biden being drilled with questions about why he won't directly sanction Putin himself, but still the president maintaining strong and saying that these sanctions would be enough to drastically change Putin's mind. That's as cyber attacks are underway right now with Ukrainian banks. We're going to speak with a cybersecurity expert who's helping some of those banks, big and small, who are rushing amid this threat. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. As we step into our later evening coverage on the Russia-Ukraine situation underway, a Russian invasion now, cyber attacks are top of mind. Many local banks and large banks out in Ukraine getting hit hard by Russian cyber attacks. I want to bring in Kunal Anand, who is a CTO of Imperva and, quite frankly, an expert when it comes to cybersecurity. And Kunal, you are actually helping some of these banks in Ukraine right now amid the threats.
That's correct. We're actually helping many of these institutions, not just banks. It's really devastating what's going on, obviously physically, but also from a cyber perspective. We've seen some dramatic attacks over the last few weeks, and these attacks are designed to just go ahead and cripple core infrastructure, applications, services that people and Ukrainians really depend on. So it's been pretty crazy over the last couple of weeks.
So we were just listening in to President Biden, who has touted the fact that they have helped prepare Ukraine when it comes to these cyber attacks. Do you think that they were prepared for this?
Look, I'm spending time with a lot of our customers on the ground, and I think a lot of them need a lot of help right now. A lot of them need support. A lot of them need more guidance. A lot of them have never been through, obviously, anything like this before. So this is pretty unprecedented. A lot of them have never had to defend a network from a large attack. A lot of them have never had to worry about keeping an application or a really important backend for a mobile application up and running and to withstand a large amount of traffic coming in. So, I mean, it's something that they're obviously not prepared for. We're seeing a lot of activity happening. We see a lot of critical applications and services going down right now. I think genuinely, Ukrainian organizations and enterprises of all sides need a lot of help right now. And I think organizations like Imperva and others can do a better job at sort of supplementing and giving them that aid.
From a cybersecurity point of view, I mean, how substantial are these attacks? How immense could the effects of this be for the Ukrainian government and economy?
Glad you asked that question. You know, I think a lot of people, when they think of a cybersecurity attack, they just think, oh, a server goes down somewhere, that's no big deal. But let's take into context everything that's going on right now, which is you've got a country that's currently being invaded by another, and you have people, citizens, human beings that are just understanding where their money is. If they have access to it, maybe they want to get access to it, maybe they want to spend it, maybe they want to go somewhere, maybe they want to flee. How are they going to access their bank accounts? How are they going to go ahead and access that capital if the bank is down? How are they going to access it if those critical applications and services go down? And so how devastating could it be? You know, Russia's really smart. Russia has been very strong in offensive cybersecurity initiatives for years now. And they know that if they want to go and take a country, it's not just by taking it physically, but also from causing some harm and causing damage from a cyber perspective. I mean, look, if you can shut down banks, if you can shut down critical infrastructure on top of the invasion, the physical invasion that's going on, I mean, that's a pretty big combination and a lethal combination if you want to go and knock a country over.
Well, of course, these cyber attacks are not just hitting Ukraine, they're hitting other countries, including about to be the United States as well. Explain that to us, because there's other parts of Europe that are also getting hit hard, that you are addressing those situations as well.
Yeah, so for the last couple of weeks, we've seen some pretty big activity coming out of these nation states. So for example, Russia. So we've seen a lot of cyber attacks originating from Russia against various critical infrastructure companies and services organizations all throughout Central and Western Europe. So we've seen the activity specifically going after telecommunications providers, going after banks and financial institutions as well, and for the sole purpose of creating disruption. In other cases, maybe trying to steal data or trying to perform things like data exfiltration generally. So we've seen these attacks. And of course, we see this behavior happen every single day. We process something on the order of trillions of requests every single month. And for us, it's not abnormal to see it, but what is abnormal is the rate, the frequency, and the size, and the geo-targeting that is in fact going on right now.
What could be next for the United States specifically?
Well, you know, I think we've all heard Biden and the Biden administration talk today about counter cybersecurity, which basically means instead of being defensive, what if the United States were to become offensive? And what we mean by that is instead of just being attacked and sort of keeping ourselves safe, what if we could go on the attack and we could go after critical infrastructure, maybe by Russia and its allies? And, you know, I think that's something that we're going to have to weigh the pros and cons of a behavior like that. I mean, no one should be bullied and have to take it. But at the same time, we have to find a very measured approach for doing this, because we could be inviting ourselves into a pretty difficult situation if we're not careful. I'll give you an example of that. For years, Russia has been going after US-based institutions, financial services, banks, telecommunications companies, e-commerce companies, whether it's for disruption or exfiltrating information. And if you recall, what Biden had to do last year was get on the phone, talk to Putin, and kind of tell him, listen, I need you to calm down on what's been going on from a cybersecurity perspective. If the US were to sort of go after Russia from a cyber perspective, I think we'll see a pretty big undoing of, if you think about it, this sort of calm that's been kind of happening for the last several months. And who knows what that might invite back into the critical infrastructure and services we have, and what the long-term impacts could be from that. So we just need to be very, very careful if we decide that we want to enter into a cyber war, because obviously we've never seen a dramatic cyber war like this before. We've never seen anything in terms of two large countries with many, many others in between. You're talking about pulling in NATO's participating countries and other geos. Who knows what could happen? We just need to be very, very careful and measured about how we do this.
Kunal, any other thoughts when it comes to addressing these attacks? Any recommendations for the Biden administration at this time? If you were in the administration, what next steps would you do to ensure that Putin didn't escalate this any further to where we really see the effects here at home?
You know, it's a great question. I think, obviously, the way I kind of look at security, I believe that the best offensive security starts with having a really strong defense. And so effectively, we need to make sure that all of our critical infrastructure and services are well patched, are well defended, that we've got the right controls in place. Because suppose we decide that we want to go on the offensive, and let's say we get attacked, but we don't have the right controls to defend ourselves from something like that, that could end in a pretty devastating manner, whether it's targeting municipalities, utility companies, let's say energy companies or local energy providers, or if we want to go after banks and financial services organizations, it could be bad, right? So what we need to make sure we do, first and foremost, is make sure and ensure that our companies that are based in America, that citizens are safe. We want to make sure that the utility companies, whether it's energy, water, power, right, everything is well shored up from a security perspective. So before we go out, we want to make sure that everything is well secured, everything is locked up. So if I'm the Biden administration, first and foremost, let's make sure that everything is safe at home. We've got the right detection, right protection capabilities. In terms of helping Ukraine, we should be offering help. We should be providing assistance from a cybersecurity perspective. I mean, think about what's going on. These are human beings that are that work in these large companies that now have to defend this work, but at the same time, they're defending their families, they're defending themselves in spite of everything that's going on. So their mind has to be split between all of these things. We can help them, we can jump in, we can help these organizations, we can help these critical organizations stay safe from these impending attacks so that those people can focus on what really matters, which is their lives, their families, and making sure that they stay safe.
All right, Kunal Anand with the Imperva, CTO of Imperva. Thank you so much for coming here on the show and explaining the situation underway, especially as many of these civilians are rushing to the banks, critical infrastructure, to withdraw money because their future is so uncertain. So we appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we are going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox as we are bringing on experts to give you the latest when it comes to cyber attacks, when it comes to new sanctions, how it's affecting us here at home in the United States and abroad as well. We'll be showing you video and updates from President Zelensky, from the United Nations, from President Biden himself. So don't go away. We're also tracking all of the other top stories across the country. Live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
and he will understand, and I understand the attractions of the no-fly zone. I remember the no-fly zone that was created in 1991, as I recall, in northern Iraq. The situation here is very different. We would face the risk of having to shoot down Russian planes, Mr. Speaker, and that is something that I think the House would want to contemplate with caution.
Lord Russell Moyle.
Speaker, in locking out Russian state money, I hope the Prime Minister can give me reassurance that that will include our overseas territories and dependencies that must be included in this. And I note that there are, Mr. Speaker, protests in a number of Russian cities across Russia at the moment, and celebrities in Russia have been speaking out. I do hope that we will be offering all the support that we can to those people who are likely to be shunned by the fascist imperialist Putin regime.
Yes, and can I say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the reasons why I want to keep our fantastic British Embassy staff in Moscow, even though the temptation is there simply to sunder diplomatic relations with Putin, I want to keep them there to support groups such as the ones he mentions.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've given evidence for war crimes trials. It was genocide and crimes against humanity the people were charged with. Could I ask my right honourable friend and the House to agree with me that any Russian who kills a Ukrainian must remember that one day they may well be brought to court for crimes against humanity or genocide?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and not just any Russian combatant, Mr. Speaker, but anyone who sends a Russian into battle to kill innocent Ukrainians.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Zelensky has called for the toughest possible sanctions. For them to be the toughest possible, that must mean immediate. So in his statement, he talked about in the next session for the economic measures, including on Companies House and on the Register of Overseas Property Ownership. But in answer to the Right Honourable Member for Swindon, he said something about bringing forward on Monday. Which of these is it? And if it is Monday, will it have the same effect as is required for that immediate action?
We'll be bringing it forward on Monday, Mr. Speaker, and we want to have, I hope, and I'm grateful for the support of the opposition, we want immediately to start cracking down on these individuals.
Jesse Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole House will welcome the enhanced package of sanctions that the Prime Minister has announced today. But can I raise the question of football, much beloved to Russian hearts, and in particular issues of ownership, of property and of shareholdings, and of the future participation of Russian clubs in international matches?
He's right. My right honourable friend is completely right. The Russians attach a great deal of sentimental importance to football, and they hope to have the UEFA Championship final in St. Petersburg. I cannot for the life of me see how that can currently go ahead.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Putin's war on Ukraine is brutal, illegal and a calculated attack on peace and stability in Europe. Plaid Cymru fully supports the actions and sanctions announced today. Putin, his cronies and their personal fortunes must pay for their actions. On a visit to Ukraine, Plaid Cymru leaders spoke to Ukrainian soldiers, government officials and organisations, admiring Ukrainian people for their strength and their resilience, and they are now in harm's way. With Poland organising medical assistance and Slovakia opening its borders to refugees, will his government mobilise and resource a global effort to support and aid people fleeing this horrific conflict?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I thank her very much for her support and her resolve, and I want to assure her that we're of course working with our international friends to prepare for a humanitarian crisis.
Deanna Davison.
Speaker, earlier this afternoon I had the opportunity to speak to on a Zoom call with a number of Ukrainian MPs who were all calling for additional support. One of the key things they were discussing is concerns that their communications networks may get shut down. So can I urge the Prime Minister to ensure we're doing all we can to provide things like satellite phones to make sure they can still communicate, not just internally, but with us here in the UK too?
Mr. Speaker, she's absolutely right. My honourable friend is absolutely right. There is a threat to communications already, and we're observing it in the contacts that we're having with people in Ukraine. Satellite phones certainly are an option, and we'll be looking at that.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've rightly heard a lot about tougher trade sanctions today, but nothing about ridding Russian state influence from our democracy. Will the Prime Minister commit to investigating all political donations received from people with links to Putin? And will his government finally bring forward measures to clean up the corrupt Russian money that for far too long has been laundered in the UK?
So, Mr. Speaker, all political donations are properly registered and monitored, and I can tell her that we are putting forward and progressively over the last few days and weeks and today the biggest ever package to crack down on dirty Russian money, not just from Russia but from anywhere.
Steve Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome these sanctions today. My right honourable friend's been crystal clear that all Europe needs to end dependence on Russian oil and gas. Could he tell us a little bit more about how he intends to see that comes to pass?
Thank you. I thank my right honourable friend. The key thing is to get people, first of all, to recognise the scale of their dependency, as in any addiction. That's what we're doing, and the UK government's been making that point the whole time to our friends, because it's got worse since 2014. But what we're also doing is helping countries, for instance in the Baltic states, to go further and faster with renewable technology.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone knows that the Ukraine is a major producer of grain, and unfortunately, because of these awful events, there are likely to be consequences for many countries, including our own. Could I ask the Prime Minister to look again at our food security proposals and make sure that we are secure ourselves and not reliant so much as we have been in the past?
Yeah, he's absolutely right, and food security is an important consideration. And one of the many things that our fantastic Ukrainian community have done in the last few years is help us in that very sector.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that Western Europe's ongoing reliance on Russian oil and gas has been a major factor in emboldening President Putin in the mistaken belief that he can invade his peaceful neighbour with relative impunity? And in the UK, shouldn't we refocus our energy policy on maximising the use of our own natural resources, looking again at fracking while we invest in low-carbon alternatives?
Yes, the honourable gentleman is totally right. My honourable friend is totally right when he talks about the excessive dependence on hydrocarbons. We're moving away from it in this country. I do think there is a merit, and I think he and I might be in agreement on this. There is a merit in a transitional phase in continuing with the use of hydrocarbons in this country rather than pointlessly importing them from abroad.
Emma Lewell-Butt.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's imperial bloodlust won't stop at Ukraine. We're rightly focused on sanctions, military and humanitarian support, and our commitment to Ukrainian freedom. But the Prime Minister knows there's been a phenomenal increase in Russian submarine activity over the last 20 years. Our undersea cables carry more than 95% of all Western military, diplomatic, commercial, financial and personal communications. The consequences of these cables being weaponised is terrifying. Can he assure me that countering this threat is part of our ongoing dialogue with allies?
She's absolutely right, and there is a continual struggle going on beneath the surface of the sea, as she knows, between submarines that are out to sever cables and those of us who are trying to make sure that those links are maintained.
Sir Charles Walker.
Mr. Speaker, following on from my right honourable and gallant friend's question about war crimes, I suspect those crimes are already being committed by Russian soldiers against their Slavic brothers and sisters. Can the Prime Minister join with his NATO heads of state setting
he will do everything he can to make sure that they live as a peaceful and free people?
Yes, I certainly can confirm that, Mr. Speaker. And what I can also say is that I believe by making this invasion, I think that President Putin has done more than anybody else to bring his regime to an end. Because I think in the end he will pay a huge price for what he has done, and I know that this House will want to make it so.
Colin Bishwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome and support the measures outlined by the Prime Minister today? Putin is a gangster and a despot who has been trying to undermine and subvert democracy across the world for years. One of the tools that he uses is through political donations to political parties, including in this country. Will the Prime Minister commit today to ridding the democracy in London from to ridding Russian money out of democracy in this country?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Poland today triggered Article 4 of the North Atlantic Treaty, and I think I heard that we are going to be joining in those discussions. But can my right honourable friend assure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe that we stand firmly with them, particularly the Baltic states that have significant Russian populations?
I thank her very much. She's completely right, and that's why one of the first things we did was to strengthen our presence in Estonia in the way that I've described, and our Canadian friends are strengthening their presence in Latvia, and we will make sure that we give the Baltic states in particular, who seceded from the Soviet Union, who became free and independent at that amazing moment, give them all the security that they deserve.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's overwhelming evidence that Russian state actors have been involved in trying to disrupt and destabilise Western democracies using social media platforms such as Facebook. So what is the government doing to ensure that this isn't used in these events?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think in an answer a couple of days ago, we've got no evidence of disruption of UK elections or electoral events as a result of Russian activity, but the online harms bill is there to provide such protections.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement, and indeed thank the Leader of Her Majesty's Opposition for his supportive and moving words. But can I also reinforce the point made by my honourable friend for Huntingdon? Why has it come to this pass? How has the West in general, and the United Kingdom in particular, been so asleep at the switch for such a long period of time? And I commend the Defence and Security Review, but isn't it now time to ask what the permanent and impartial machinery of our government does, failing to provide ministers with consistent advice about the strategic threats that our country faces?
Mr. Speaker, I think there are all sorts of reasons for the failure of the West to take sufficient account of the threat of Vladimir Putin since 2014, but the two biggest are oil and gas.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, with cyber attacks and falsehoods, Russia is peddling lies today. Now, observers on the ground are crucial to relay the truth. Now, in recent weeks, the UK has withdrawn its team from the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission because staff safety is key. But can the Prime Minister look again to support international efforts like this to get to the facts and counter Russian disinformation?
I thank the MMR teams. They're wonderful. I've met them, and they do a fantastic job. I'm sorry that they've had to be withdrawn for the duty of care reasons that he rightly alludes to, and we will keep it under constant review.
Liam Fox.
The 1994 Budapest Memorandum saw Ukraine give up its nuclear weapons in return for a security guarantee not only signed by Britain and the United States but by Russia. Does my right honourable friend believe that Ukraine would have been invaded had it retained its nuclear weapons, and what does it say about the value of a Russian signature on any international agreement?
Well, it's clear that President Putin sets no store by international law whatever, and that is just one of the legal legal obligations that he has torn up.
Kirsty Black.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we awoke this morning to images of innocent families cowering in tube stations. We know the Putin regime's propensity for repression and tyranny, particularly when it comes to minorities. Will the Prime Minister ensure that humanitarian aid is delivered not just in concert with other international partners, but also with third sector organisations?
Yes, of course. The third sector plays an invaluable role.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement and his specifically ruling out the threat of creeping normalisation, because this House should be under no doubt that Putin is well prepared. He has hundreds of billions of foreign currency reserves. He has a military that has been tested. And will the Prime Minister do everything he can to convert the current intent into frameworks that cement our intent over time, because he is betting on the fact that it won't be?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, because the plan that the G7 have agreed on and our friends and partners have agreed on is that Putin must fail. Putin must not succeed in this venture. But we've got to put in place all the steps we need to take, diplomatically, economically, and yes, militarily, in order to ensure that that is the case, and that's what we're doing.
Very good.
The Prime Minister is right to have set out the most stringent possible set of sanctions against the government of Russia. Can he outline for the House what the implications will also be for cooperation at the International Space Station?
I thank him. I thank him very much. We will have to see what further downstream effects there are on collaboration of all kinds. I must say that hitherto I have been broadly in favour of continuing artistic and scientific collaboration, but in the current circumstances, it's hard to see how even those can continue as normal.
Sir John Hayes.
Speaker, the mix of practice and principle is the test of democratic politics, exemplified at its best when this House comes together in common cause. The test of leadership is the mix of vision and will, and the Prime Minister is to be commended for his willful, clear-sighted determination. So will he now reassure the House that he's in close touch with those countries close to Ukraine, where nerves will be frayed, and that will he send them an urgent message that this House and this nation will always stand alongside and behind free nations?
He's the right honourable gentleman, as so often, is precisely right, and that's why, together with my right honourable friends, the Defence Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, we've been visiting Poland, Romania, the Balts, all those who are now feeling such deep unease at what is happening.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the Softcom flot tanker NS Challenger is berthed at Surenvo in Shetland, taking on a load of crude oil for export. Softcom flot, as the Prime Minister may know, is a company owned and operated by the Russian government. My constituents, Mr. Speaker, are asking me why they should be loading oil onto a Russian tanker while Russian troops are marching into the Ukraine. I cannot think of any good answer to give them. So can the Prime Minister tell me, will anything that he has announced today ensure that that will not happen again in the future?
Well, I can tell him, thank him very much, and I will of course immediately investigate what is happening with the Softcom flot oil tanker. But the result of the measures that the House passed the other day is that we can now target any entity, any company that has any relation with the Russian state. So we have that power.
Tim Bolton.
Speaker, tyrants and megalomaniacs invade countries because they think they can get away with it. And the way to deal with bullies is to stand up with them. So I'm sure he will acknowledge that the way the West responds to this aggression will have repercussions not just for Russia and Ukraine, but for other bullies like China as well. And will he be mindful of the need to show support to Russia's smaller southerly neighbours, especially Georgia and Armenia, who feel particularly vulnerable at this time?
Yes, I thank him. He's right, because the read across, the knock on is obvious for Georgia and Armenia. What he proposed.
Andrew Kraft here. We've been listening in to the British House of Commons. There's Prime Minister Boris Johnson debating today about the situation in Ukraine. UK officials have announced their own set of pretty draconian sanctions and consequences on Russian banks specifically. The UK will immediately suspend or prohibit all dual-use export licenses to Russia. They will ban Russian aircraft from landing in the United Kingdom. And you just heard Prime Minister Johnson there say he will set up a new cell in the National Crime Agency to target sanctions evasion. So Russian oligarchs have nowhere to hide their money, especially. Of course, London is one of these notorious havens where Russian oligarchs do hide their assets and hide their money. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We want to thank you for being with us. When we come back, we'll have a conversation with the former U.S. Ambassador to NATO about all of this unfolding in the Ukraine. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, joining me now here on LiveNOW from Fox to further discuss the Russian invasion into Ukraine is former U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine, former U.S. Ambassador to NATO as well, Kurt Volker. Ambassador Volker, thanks for being with us. I wanted to get your reaction to President Biden's remarks today, issuing new punitive sanctions and consequences. In your view, are they adequate enough?
No, I think these are the measures that we should have done 2 months ago. If you remember, President Biden was asked, will these affect Putin's decision-making, or, will they affect Russians? We'll ask me in a couple of months. Yeah. Well, that's exactly the point, that we should have done this a couple of months ago when we saw the buildup happening, to try to prevent it and to try to have impact on Russia today. And in addition, there were things excluded from this package. There were good things in the package, to be sure. Some of the banks mentioned, some of the financial impact mentioned, but there were also individuals left out. The energy sector was left out. The SWIFT financial transfer system was left out. And I appreciate that the administration is trying to coordinate all this with our European allies and act in unison. But in this case, I think we need to start thinking about leading more, because this is a dire circumstance. And I don't think we can settle for a situation where Russia takes over all of Ukraine, imposes its military forces there, and we're just applying sanctions.
Also, do you think the phased approach is working to our disadvantage? We were promised swift and severe sanctions. Kind of a shock and awe approach would be better in your view?
Yes, swift and severe sanctions would be good, and we still need them. Let's have that. Let's push the Europeans to do as much as possible. But I'm concerned that we are not doing anything currently to help the Ukrainian military. They are being attacked by Russia overnight, airstrikes, missile strikes, tank columns moving. They are fighting back valiantly, and they need more help. And so I would still like to see us proceeding with deliveries, with equipment, with ammunition, with trainers who could help the Ukrainians integrate this in whatever way we can do that. We need to be in a much more proactive position to help Ukraine defend itself. I think it's debatable whether we should have ruled out U.S. military forces being present in Ukraine to help them. But clearly the administration has ruled that out. But short of that, there's a lot more we can do.
What about something that is being floated right now about arming some type of Ukrainian opposition or rebellion? Would that make matters worse?
Yeah, let's not give in to defeatism and say that we're only going to fund a resistance. Let's try to help the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian military survive.
My question now for you is about NATO, of which you know a lot. Is NATO aligned right now? We've seen some disagreements, especially on the SWIFT international banking system. There's going to be yet another summit held tomorrow. Why another summit? It doesn't seem like these summits have produced any meaningful impact other than maybe symbolism. What are you thinking is going to happen tomorrow?
It's a great question, because summits are meant to be ways of showing unity and resolve, that we are acting together. But when they come up short in terms of deliverables, then it starts to look a little hollow. And so I am confident that the diplomats there are talking to each other about what the deliverables will be. But so far, we haven't seen a sufficient level of action from ourselves, from our NATO allies, from the EU, to really treat Russia's invasion and aggression against Ukraine for what it is, and to do everything we can to reverse it. I remember when I was a young officer in the State Department, I was surprised but impressed by President George H.W. Bush after Iraq invaded Kuwait. And he simply came out and said, "This will not stand." And then he and James Baker went about assembling a global coalition to do everything possible that enabled them to remove Iraq from Kuwait. I think we're in a similar moment, a harder moment, because Russia has nuclear weapons. But we have to be viewing this with the same eyes, that this is unacceptable and we will not let this stand.
Those troops that were readied and on alert about a month ago will now be sent to Germany, about 7,000 of them, to shore up our NATO allies in the eastern flank. Does Putin want the Baltics? Does Putin want Poland? Is that what we should be looking for next?
Well, what he has asked for in his demands to NATO that were given in December is the demilitarization by NATO of presence in the Baltic states and in Poland. He wants everything rolled back to pre-1997 in terms of the military architecture in Europe. He claims, falsely, that NATO promised never to put military forces in the territory of new members. Not true, but now he wants that enforced by having NATO pull back military forces. So in this respect, I think what the administration is doing, sending forces to Poland, to Romania, and headquarters in Germany, and other allies as well, like France or Germany or the UK, putting troops on the territory of these new NATO members is a tremendously important signal, because it is explicitly rejecting what Putin is demanding.
I wanted your opinion as well. Is it safe to say that U.S.-Russia relations are dead, or are they just paused? Is there any way to come back from this at this point in time? Have we essentially cut off relations with Russia?
Right. U.S.-Putin relations should be dead. And I think we are getting to that point. We should support the people of Russia. They've been living under Putin for 20-some years, and it has just only gotten worse and worse for them. They deserve to live in a country that has more freedom and democracy and prosperity and justice than they live in. So we should be fully aligned with the Russian people, but our relationship with Putin should be over.
And are you foreseeing maybe indirect or direct impacts on the Russian people? We've seen massive protests in many major Russian cities over this. The ruble fell the lowest in its history. The stock market in Russia fell by half today. This kind of is a harbinger for Putin, is it not? Should he be worried about his own country?
Yes, I think that this is where we are headed right now. These things happened in the shock of Russia's invasion yesterday. What we have to do is make these kind of impacts long-term, even increase them, and show Putin that this is going to affect his ability to rule inside Russia, not only his ability to wage war on Ukraine. So this should be our target, and we should be messaging that, mobilizing that, enhancing this for as much as we can do to try to get Putin to realize that this is self-destructive.
I want to just game out a few scenarios specifically regarding the capital city of Kyiv. Can you tell us what you have been in touch with, your contacts on the ground there in Ukraine? Are they preparing for some type of, urban warfare in the streets of Kyiv? Do you think that is a distinct possibility?
They are certainly preparing for everything. They're preparing immediately for new airstrikes and new missile strikes. And those will be principally against military targets, but you can't rule out Russia going after civilian targets as well. They're bringing forces in to protect the capital from other parts of the country. So they're preparing for tank battles and pushing back Russia as they try to approach the city. And then finally, yes, if it comes to that, they are preparing for fighting for the city itself.
Also, I wanted to kind of game out a scenario where in the worst case scenario, President Zelensky has to go into exile. The Ukrainian government, high-ranking officials have to go into exile. I know that is a very defeatist attitude, but it's something that's being talked about. Who will take them in, and will the United States immediately recognize them as the de facto government, if you will?
Right. So this is also an excellent question. I have not heard an answer to this from the administration or from the European Union. Frankly, I'm glad, because we just saw the Pentagon come out today and say, oh, Kyiv may fall within 96 hours. That is not the kind of messaging we want to be pushing out there now. We should be saying that we're impressed with how much the Ukrainians are fighting, and we will assist them. That's what I would like to hear, rather than, okay, the capital's going to fall. As far as a government, if Russia takes over all of Ukraine and imposes its own government, no one will recognize the legitimacy of that government. No one will recognize Russia's claims over this. And it would be entirely logical to recognize the continuity of Ukrainian government in exile. But we're not there yet. We should be helping the Ukrainians weather this and ultimately maintain their country.
Ambassador Volker, just final thoughts as we go into the weekend here.
Yeah, everyone should be prepared for the worst. Russia, I think, probed last night, a lot of airstrikes, a lot of missile strikes, trying to land paramilitary forces to take over air bases, mostly not succeeding, some succeeding. They're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again. They're also, fighting on the front lines and trying to advance. They are succeeding in taking territory north of Crimea and east of Crimea. They're going to try to expand that footprint, and they will continue to try to go to Kyiv. And so we should be viewing this as seriously as it can be viewed. This is a major effort to take over a sovereign European country. We should declare this unacceptable, and we should be doing everything we can to help the Ukrainians.
Ambassador Kurt Volker, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, that was my conversation from earlier today with Ambassador Volker. Very, very strong words. He doesn't think the Biden administration sanctions today were sufficient. He thinks that they need to be much more punitive. Right now, we're taking a LiveNOW look at Maidan Square in Kyiv. It's 10 after 3 in the morning there on a very early Friday morning. We're going to be bringing on more and more experts live to talk about this situation in Ukraine throughout the night here, as questions still abound whether or not and when Kyiv might fall to the Russians. We're getting some conflicting reports on that. U.S. officials think it could fall at any time. We'll be bringing you more updates throughout the evening here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look out of Kyiv at this point in time. It's about 3:15 in the morning there, and we had this shot, I believe, last night as well, and we could see kind of orange and yellow flares of some of these blasts, some of these artillery shells there in Kyiv. This is a city that has been under direct assault the last 24 hours by Russian forces. I believe it's the second largest city in eastern Ukraine, if not the entire country. So we're going to keep an eye out on that shot. We know it's very dark. We also have another Live Now look as well out of Maidan Square in Kyiv, where right now we're getting conflicting reports on when Kyiv might fall to the Russian forces, or if. That's kind of up in the air at this point in time. There are sources saying that Kyiv could fall within 96 hours, or it could fall much, much sooner, even tonight, though the battle rages on between Ukrainian forces and Russian forces. Right now, though, we do want to kind of set the stage here. How did we get to this point? We're speaking to historians, foreign policy experts, and the like, that, you know, this didn't just happen overnight. This was years in the making. My colleague Christy Larson spoke with a foreign policy expert, Michael O'Hanlon.
For the past few days, weeks, and months, all eyes have been on the conflict happening between Russia and Ukraine. Now a full invasion and attack has happened. Russia invading Ukraine has now put a toll on a number of people, not only across that country, but around the world. We're bringing in Michael O'Hanlon, who's joining us with us on Live Now from Fox. He holds the Philip Knight Chair in Defense and Strategy at Brookings. We do appreciate you coming on here with us. I want to just first start with something that you mentioned. A lot of people probably questioning, how did we get to this point that's happening right now of this attack in Ukraine?
Hi, Christy. Well, the short answer is Vladimir Putin decided that he cared more about retribution and reconstitution of what he sees as the rightful Russian Empire and military victory than he does about the economic well-being of his own people, or frankly, its future, because I think he's guaranteed that Russia is going to have a bad 2020 decade based on the economic retribution that's inevitable, and that I think will go well beyond what we've even discussed publicly so far. For example, I don't know how you keep buying oil and gas from a guy who does this to his neighbor. And so I would expect over time a plan will emerge to hasten the Western world weaning itself off Russian hydrocarbons. We'll see how that plays out. But that's the first thing we learned. We also learned that the longstanding bipartisan U.S. effort to expand NATO maybe was well-intentioned and maybe had some good initial successes, but arguably got stuck or went too far. Because going back to 2008, when the Bush administration and NATO invited Ukraine and Georgia to hypothetically join the alliance someday, so it was sort of a non-invitation invitation, that sort of had the effect of painting a giant bullseye on their backs, because we gave them no interim security guarantee, and we also have a NATO policy that says countries with border disputes with their neighbors can't join, so it created an incentive for Russians to muck around with those two countries, and initially just with their border regions, and now, as of this week, tragically, with much of the entire Ukrainian nation. So I'm not blaming us ethically as a country, but I think going back really 20, 25 years, we sort of got lost in our ways, thinking about NATO expansion as a way to promote democracy, and forgetting that its core purpose is to create a military alliance where members swear to protect each other's territory as if it were their own. That's a pretty profound and unusual kind of promise to make. And I think we sort of lost sight of just how significant it was, where we got a little bit half pregnant, if you will, with Ukraine and Georgia. Again, saying we would someday bring them in, but no plan to protect them in the meantime and no schedule. So I think at a strategic level, we did not find the best policy. I'm not going to blame us. I'm not going to blame Clinton or Bush or Obama or Trump or Biden per se, but I think the policy has ultimately been proven not to have been optimal, especially in regard to Ukraine and Georgia. So those are the two big things I think we've learned this week, and we've also learned that NATO sticks together in crisis. And so even though the sanctions could have been tougher, even though, we could have had a more concerted, cogent diplomatic outreach, it was pretty notable that there wasn't huge daylight between any of the major NATO allies in how to handle this crisis so far. And there doesn't seem to be any great daylight now. And I think that's a good thing, and maybe somewhat surprising even to Putin.
So speaking of NATO, you've heard so many times that they've been standing with Ukraine and its people, Ukrainian president asking all of its citizens to stand up and fight. Now we're seeing, those boots on the ground. We're seeing attacks coming from the air. So what does it look like for NATO to respond here? And what are we going to be seeing over these next few hours and days as this attack continues?
Well, I don't think NATO is going to respond militarily. We all have heard President Biden say that. However, we are still trying to funnel in some degree of humanitarian and even military support to Ukraine. That'll get harder as the borders of the country are contested or controlled by Russia. And so I'm not sure where that goes next. But we have provided them a fair amount of weaponry, and now they've got to decide how much they want to use it, how much they want to really resist. And part of it will be a function of what terms President Putin perhaps offers to the country. He clearly wants President Zelensky to step down, but is he prepared to see some kind of a election where the Ukrainians run their own election? Probably not, but that would be significant if he would. There may be other kinds of trade space diplomatically. And so I think NATO countries will watch that. But in terms of making sure we can defend ourselves, existing NATO members, the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, down to Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, sort of the frontline states vis-a-vis Russia. I think that we will see more effort to beef up NATO's military capabilities, because historically we've avoided putting major combat troops in those countries, partly in deference to Russia. And clearly that kind of deference is going to dissipate, and we'll be more worried about whether Putin could attack I think in particular Estonia and Latvia, because they have each about 25% Russian-speaking population. And so you could imagine Putin constructing an excuse to protect those populations, claiming they had been victims of violence or other oppression. That would be all contrived, of course. That would be Russian disinformation, but it's par for the course for Putin. And I think we're going to have to worry that even if that's not likely that he would attack Estonia or Latvia, we're going to have to make sure that he has no delusions about our ability to resist. So I would expect to see NATO beef up its forward military capabilities in the Baltic states and maybe other nations on the front lines as well.
Is that something we're going to have to see continue and happen over these next few days? Because a lot of people wondering, where's Putin going to stop if he's successful in taking over some of these different landmarks that we've been hearing being reported, in more of the country, where does it end? If he does seize control of Ukraine, what's going to happen next?
Well, he's talked historically about wanting to essentially reconstitute much of the Soviet Union, which of course could mean the Baltic states, all three of them. And he's also talked about having a right to protect with Russian military power, Russian speakers anywhere in the world. Sort of the sarcastic reply is, does that include Russian speakers in Brooklyn? This kind of a dogma is really dangerous if it's taken literally. And a lot of people assumed it was sort of a rhetorical flourish, but what he's done in Ukraine, as you point out, rightly, I think makes one wonder, where does he stop? I strongly doubt that he would attack a NATO member state, because he knows we Americans are sworn to protect those countries as if they were our own nation. And I don't think he wants to risk nuclear war against the United States over a relatively minor set of territories. Estonia and Latvia each have about 1 million people, plus or minus. So they each have a few 100,000 Russian speakers at most. Ukraine, by contrast, has 40 million people and is a huge, huge gem in terms of agricultural land, in terms of Russian history. And that's why Putin, I think, really targeted that country. So I don't believe he's likely to go beyond Ukraine. But then again, I didn't think he was likely to attack Ukraine. And I think we're going to have to err on the side of caution and make sure he can't apply this dogma or this doctrine of protecting Russian speakers wherever they might be to Estonia and Latvia in particular.
And I like one of the points you brought up too. You know, we never know based on what he says versus the actions we're seeing from Russia's military. You know, he had said before when we saw the buildup, oh, we're not going to attack. Now all of a sudden, this invasion is happening. So it really is a matter of continuing that diplomacy. But how much can you depend on his word when we've seen him say one thing and then right the next day do another?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting if you look back at Putin. He's been giving us his worldview for 15 years in a way that when you go back and you read the speeches, it actually looks pretty sincere. It's the worldview of an angry, vindictive, sort of hegemonically inclined guy who believes in Russian power and also develops personal grudges against certain people, like former President Saakashvili of Georgia, like President Zelensky today in Ukraine, like Hillary Clinton. There are people he just decides he doesn't like, and that informs and affects the way he devises policy. So at one level, there's not that much Putin does that's truly surprising. When he's upset, he lets you know. On the other hand, his tactics and his pretext for action are completely contrived. And, you know, he's pretty cunning. He is pretty stealthy. He clearly takes pride in being former KGB. He thinks that he can use Russian power, even though it's less than ours, more effectively because he's a smarter, you know, and more discreet, more clever, more subtle military decision maker. He may, for example, decide he's going to ring most of Ukraine with forces, maybe not try to occupy most of the country, and then just create a showdown where he demands that Zelensky step down from power rather than have to send Russian forces further. I don't know. But those are the kinds of things he does historically. And on those issues, as you say, you can't trust him. In fact, he wouldn't want us to trust him. He wouldn't want us to know what he's thinking next. He likes to catch us off guard. That's part of his shtick.
You know, speaking of catching people off guard, we had been hearing these warnings, this lead up to the invasion, seeing the troop movements. So it wasn't that big of a surprise that this attack eventually happened. Was there anything that stood out to you in those first few hours of those reports that were coming out of this invasion actually happening?
Well, it was striking that it was fairly comprehensive across much of the country. And we always knew that was a possibility. But certainly he prepared the potential for that with, you know, the 200,000 Russian troops that were on virtually all sides, or at least three sides of Ukraine, 3 of the 4. And there is an advantage, certainly militarily, in creating multiple axes of potential maneuver or advance. And you know, he seems to also be going after specific strongholds, airfields, et cetera, not necessarily launching a comprehensive invasion of the whole country just yet. So we knew that was an option. I really didn't think he was going to want to send tanks, you know, rolling across wheat fields in the snow and cold, because that's pretty hard to do in the Ukrainian winter. And so we'll see if he decides to use the threat of large-scale maneuver more than the reality. And I think, you know, data is just coming out hour by hour and day by day of what he's done already. We know they have seized, for example, the airfield in Kyiv. And they certainly attack cities throughout the country with longer range air power or missiles. I don't know if he's going to try yet to use ground forces to occupy the whole country. To me, that's still the big question.
You know, another question a lot of people wondering is so far what we've heard in response from our NATO countries, from here in the United States, President Biden announcing more sanctions on Russia. We've heard UK talking about how they're also halting the assets going into the bank accounts in Russia. How much of an effect does this actually have when it comes to the action we're seeing happening right now? Because we know some of these items that they're putting in place, the sanctions, it's not going to have a short-term effect. That's for the long run game.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, access to the banks and to the banking system is pretty important for doing business in real time. But Russia's also had some warning that we would target these kinds of assets. We've done it before, and we've certainly been warning about it in this particular crisis. So I think that, you know, they may have some workarounds. What I expect is that there will be some consequences right away of not having access to banking systems and international finance, but Russia may be able to mitigate that. So I cannot predict the magnitude of the effect on the Russian economy or on Russian exports. On other issues, we haven't even yet decided ourselves how far we're going to push this. And again, my expectation is that we will try to apply sanctions to areas we haven't even yet publicly talked about, especially existing exports of oil and gas. We've been pretty tough at trying to shut down the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is not even yet functional. We've been pretty tough at saying we're not going to give Russia advanced technology for drilling in the future, so they have their long-term ability to sustain hydrocarbon exports put in doubt. But we haven't yet threatened to try to get ourselves off of Russian oil and gas in the short to medium term. To me, that's...
Okay, Andrew Kraft back here. We've been listening in. That's Michael O'Hanlon from Brookings with a wide-ranging discussion with my colleague Christy Larson there from earlier today. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to get an update about what President Biden said today, bringing in more guests, more experts to talk about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. That's a Live Now look at the White House at this hour, a little bit after 8:30 here. Let's get an update from Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy about what President Biden said today.
America stands up to bullies.
Stands up with sanctions.
This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time.
The president admits Putin won't feel the pain for a while.
It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down.
But that's exactly how sanctions have been advertised.
The purpose of the sanctions has always been and continues to be deterrence.
The latest punishment comes after a virtual meeting of the G7.
We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy.
The West is not yet going as far as they can, as they are not yet kicking Russia out of the SWIFT financial system, holding back some sanctions to see what Putin does next.
Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening.
Nukes or not, the president argues Putin is a villain.
Putin will be a pariah on the international stage.
Much tougher talk than June, when Biden and Putin tried to iron out new rules of the road.
He's bright, he's tough. And I have found that he is as they say, when he used to play ball, a worthy adversary.
Now Biden accuses Putin of creating a false pretext for war.
This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression.
Aggression designed to redraw the map of Europe.
Did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about.
I also asked the president today if these sanctions they refer to as devastating are going to be as devastating as Russian tanks and missiles and bullets. President Biden told me, yes, in Ukraine, so that's the plan. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Peter, thanks so much for that summary there. Joining us now here on Live Now from Fox's former diplomat, Brett Bruin. Brett, thanks so much for providing such great insight throughout the duration of this. I don't think we've spoken, you and I, since Monday. I wanted to get your opinion on what President Biden said today in his speech. He said, that means every asset they, being the Russians, have in America will be frozen. What did you make of the sanctions announcement today?
I have to say, even in my most modest of expectations, I had expected more. What we saw from the president were steps that, quite frankly, do not meet this moment. There were additional sanctions on Russian oligarchs, on some other Russian banks, and prohibitions on the export of technology to Russia. But at the end of the day, that is not going to change Putin's calculus, and it is not going to slow, let alone stop, what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. And that really is the question that looms large right now, is how do we bring this crisis and what is forming in a humanitarian crisis of massive proportions to an end?
You know, Brett, you and I have spoken so often about what the deterrence was going to look like, and sanctions was always part of that. But for now, the White House is saying that sanctions alone would not have deterred Putin, but that was the line for about the last 2 months.
Yeah, and this, quite frankly, is a bit of a change of tune. And we heard from the president this afternoon that sanctions were never going to prevent Russia from pursuing this invasion, which is quite the opposite of what they've been selling us over the last several months, that the threat of sanctions, which was why they couldn't impose them at that time, was what was important. That was going to hold us back from the potential invasion. It has not worked. And what I think we really need to reassess at this point are what other tactics can we use? Certainly stronger economic sanctions, but there are a whole lot of other steps, including military support. By that, I'm not saying U.S. troops on the ground, but operational, logistical support, certainly more intelligence and just supplies. But also, and this is, I think, a critical contribution that we can make, we ought to be hitting the Russians with our own cyber attacks. We ought to be disrupting and dismantling some of their military operations, at least from a cyber standpoint. Those are the kinds of things that we can do. And let's not forget, personally, going after Putin. I was waiting for that today, didn't hear it.
What do you make of President Biden's remark today that, these sanctions really won't have an impact, or we won't see an impact for about a month's time? So that underlies the immediacy of them. Do you think that is the right message? What do you think that is saying to Putin? If they can weather these sanctions for a month, that means, Ukraine might not exist by then.
My question is to the President of the United States, where is the urgency? Last night when I read his initial statement, the one thing that stood out for me was there wasn't a call for this invasion to stop. There wasn't a call for the unconditional removal of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory, like we saw in 1990 when Saddam Hussein's forces invaded Kuwait. We really have to be clear. This, I fear, is still too hesitant a response. We still worry about provoking some other broader conflict. And Andrew, there have been a lot of interviews over the course of the last day that have raised this specter of, well, what about the economic consequences here in the U.S.? If this thing drags out, if we allow Putin to continue to progress towards Kyiv and beyond, the economic consequences are going to be even greater than a few dollar increase at the pump.
And of course, that was how the Biden administration couched this today. We heard from Jen Psaki as well, saying that the sanctions put on Russia are draconian, that they're onerous, but they don't want it to be impactful or onerous to the American economy here at home. You know, let's talk about what we think might happen tonight. I believe it's almost 4 in the morning there in Kyiv. Ukrainian President Zelensky just put out a very, very strong statement saying that he thinks essentially Russian sabotage groups are there in Kyiv to find him and his family. Many sources are telling Fox that they believe Kyiv could be taken tonight or within the next 48 to 96 hours. That would set up urban warfare in the streets, on the blocks of Kyiv. It's a major European capital. Do you foresee that as something that is likely tonight?
Well, first, let me say just the bravery and courage that we have witnessed over the last 24 hours, starting from President Zelensky and down to those Ukrainian forces, 137 at last count that I saw, who have lost their lives. They are fighting this battle. They are fighting for every inch. So I would not underestimate them. And we've seen examples just in the last few hours of air bases that have been retaken by Ukrainian forces. So I think certainly the Russians are going to mount an operation towards Kyiv. They have moved with an enormous amount of military firepower behind them. But at the same time, and I think there are a number of examples where those operations have been slowed and stymied. So we need to factor in that the Ukrainians resolve, and also let's not forget the Russians' reluctance, the soldiers' reluctance to fight this battle will increase. So I think, you know, at the end of the day, there may be some victories for Russian forces in the next couple days, but the road is going to be very difficult. It is going to, I think, take them a lot more time and a lot more blood and treasure than they expected.
Brett, last question. I want to focus on Russia itself. The streets of major cities there are filled with some protesters. Do you think a protest movement in Russia has staying power and could threaten Putin's viability?
Well, this is what I've been talking about all along, is Putin's weakest point is at home. And where we, I think, can play a significant role in helping to expose, declassify some of the corruption, the mismanagement, and just the reality of this conflict. The Russian government has prohibited Russian media from showing any information that is not approved by the Russian government. We can help get that information to the Russian people. We can help explain why this is such a dangerous gambit for Russia. And I think that could cause some serious problems for Putin at home and ultimately could be the factor that turns the tide of this invasion.
Brett Bruen, as always, we thank you for your time and your expertise here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we do want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking still about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Right now, I just want to pop up an event that we have. I believe this is in Brussels with the European Council and European Union representatives being joined by French President Macron. Have a listen. I don't believe this is in English. Let's just listen in to see if there's translation.
Face à cette situation de guerre, nous devons en tirer toutes les conclusions. Celle que le choix du président Poutine est d'une part.
All right, so this is a special meeting of the European Council called there in Brussels today. We just saw the European Council President Ursula von der Leyen. They're being joined by the French President Macron right there. Unfortunately, we don't have the translation. If we do get any glimmers of what was said, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, though, we'll be replaying President Biden's remarks from earlier with these sanctions announcements, in case you might have missed it. More on that in 2 minutes.
of whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
it's not a bluff, it's on the table.
Sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir? Mr. President? Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir? You spoke to Vladimir
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. And look, you know, well, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States...
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Okay, so President Biden taking a few questions there at the White House earlier today, but quite interesting that he said no comment on if they were trying to persuade China to form some type of diplomatic break with Russia over this. He said he would not comment. Also, CNN's Caitlin Collins asked him point blank repeatedly, why not issue individual sanctions targeting Vladimir Putin himself? He ignored that question there. Right now, like I said before we went to the president from earlier, this is happening live in Brussels. French President Emmanuel Macron joining some of the European Council representatives. We're just getting some more context into this special meeting that was called. The EU is imposing yet more sanctions on Russia, and I'm going to read some of them. Ursula von der Leyen, she's the president of the European Union. She announced a new sanctions package just moments ago. This package includes financial sanctions targeting 70% of the Russian banking market and key state-owned companies, including in defense. The second main pillar targets the energy sector. Our export ban will hit oil to make it impossible for Russia to update their oil refineries. Thirdly, there is a ban on all parts of the air fleet. Fourthly, it's limiting Russia's access to crucial technology. And fifth, diplomats and business people will no longer have privileged access to the European Union. Right now, French President Emmanuel Macron is speaking at the moment. So these are quite a wide-ranging set of sanctions issued by the European Union today. Of course, we'll be breaking all of this down, as well as what the sanctions we have issued here at home. Also, what's the latest militarily speaking on the ground in Ukraine? What has been gained? What has been lost? More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're almost at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time, almost 4 in the morning there in Ukraine. Right now, though, members of the European Council are holding a special meeting. Right now, the head of this outfit, Ursula von der Leyen, is speaking at the moment. There you can see, well, the EU is imposing more sanctions on Russia. These are quite punitive, quite wide-ranging. So we're going to be monitoring this. I don't believe there's an English translation on this. Let's just take a listen one more time.
Everything to reduce this dependency of Russian gas, oil and coal. And indeed, at the moment being, we have been working hard in the last weeks to come to a stage where we are able to say today, for this winter, we would have enough supplies of gas from elsewhere, LNG gas, from reliable suppliers, in case that President Putin would completely decouple us from Russian gas. But this is the short term. And indeed, in the mid and long term, we have to develop a clear strategy with these bad experiences over the last year. We have to develop a clear strategy how to get completely independent of Russian fossil fuel. One of the solutions is indeed, if I look at the gas sector, to work with the suppliers for LNG gas. It has the advantage that we have the terminals, we have the pipeline network all over the European Union. So from wherever the LNG gas is landing, it can be brought, transported to every different part of the European Union. But it also has a second big advantage. This whole infrastructure can be used over time for green hydrogen. We do not have to build a new infrastructure, but we can use all these pipelines. So the motto is get rid of the dependency of Russian gas and go deep into the renewables, and this will be our new strategy we have to intensify.
J'ai une dernière question de Mathieu Coach, BFM. Mathieu.
Bonjour Madame la Présidente, bonjour Messieurs les Présidents, Mathieu Coach, BFM TV. Monsieur Macron, vous avez parlé à
Okay, pretty candid there by Ursula von der Leyen. She is the European Union president, basically saying that, yes, the European Union needs to wean itself off of Russian oil and gas. I thought that was quite interesting there. That has been something that has been talked about for so long in the run-up to this invasion. I'm bringing in national security expert Hal Kempfer, though, just to respond to that and to give us a breakdown of where things stand militarily on the battlefield now of Ukraine. Hal, good to see you. What did you make of that?
Andrew, I thought that was a great speech. I think she brought up something that's so true, and it's not that many who really understand the pipeline dynamics, if you will, of Europe and North America in terms of how we move natural gas, how we move oil, liquefied natural gas, LNG tanker movements, the specialized terminals. But she really encapsulated that well. And she brought up something that's known, but it hasn't really been fully really implemented, which is that infrastructure for natural gas could potentially be used for hydrogen in the future. So it's not like an investment, and we say, okay, 10 years, 15 years from now, it was a wasted investment. It's an investment that could keep on for a very, very long time, and that attracts investment capital. Now, obviously, what she's doing is she's putting out a very clear statement. In fact, that's a very powerful statement to Putin, saying, you could shut off your gas and we're still getting through the winter. I thought that was a very powerful thing to say, and that's one of those cards that she took out of his deck of things he can play, a very important card, and putting it out there. And I'm going to be curious to hear if her rhetoric is picked up elsewhere, perhaps out of the White House or some other places.
Hal, and we can get into some of these economic headlines because the Russian economy today, not a good day for that. I wanted to go first, though, to speak about some of these military updates, both on Ukrainian and Russian sides. We know that we did get from the Ukrainian President Zelensky a number, 137 Ukrainians killed, over 300 wounded on day one of the Russian invasion. Of course, that number could be more and is apt and is very likely to change. This is obviously a very fluid situation. We also learned Zelensky put out a video, and he's been doing this periodically, basically saying that Russian sabotage groups have entered Kyiv and are after him and his family. He said, quote, according to our information, the enemy marked me as #1 target. My family is the #2 target. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. This was in a 6-minute video posted on Instagram. He says, quote, I stay in the capital. I stay with my people. And he said, they are the citizens of Ukraine, but I have no right to say where they are now. He said his children are also in Ukraine. His family are not traitors. Very, very strong words there. And this goes to the fact that senior U.S. defense officials are saying that the Russian army and Vladimir Putin, they want to decapitate the Ukrainian government.
You know, if you look at Putin's background, he's a covert operations officer. Direct, covert action like this, going in there with specialized small clandestine teams to either do assassinations or kidnappings, hostage taking. That's just part and parcel of what he does. That's what he understands. We knew there were lists out there. We had released the fact that we knew there were lists out there. We knew that they had targeted certain leadership figures. Of course, the head of state of any country that's being invaded or attacked is always one of the top command and control targets, if you will, of who's ever attacking. And so it's not surprising they're going after him. It's regrettable, but it's not surprising that they're going after his family either. Now, we have had a lot of time to prepare for this. And I mean, we collectively working with the Ukraine government. Even though we don't have forces, troops on the ground, providing intelligence, providing know-how, providing, helping them with their planning, all of these things we can do. So we have been helping them figure out how to maintain continuity of government, looking at what was likely to take place. My guess is that 90% of what they've been seeing the last 48 hours is what they expected to see. A few surprises here and there, but pretty close to what the whatever the textbook playbook plan that we anticipated Putin was going to follow. It's pretty much happening that way. And with that, we knew they'd go after these decapitation strikes. The challenge, though, is slowly Russian forces, and it is taking them a while, are getting down around Kyiv, and they're going to encircle Kyiv. And once they encircle Kyiv, the ability of those senior leaders to get out, if they have to, is very much restricted, if not made impossible.
Hal, let's talk about Kyiv, because there have been conflicting reports on if it might fall tonight or within 96 hours or at all if Russian forces do surround it. What are you hearing? What does your gut tell you if Kyiv can stand on its own, and for how long?
Well, it depends on how you interpret how we think this is going to go down. Is it going to be a Baghdad when U.S. forces went up there, or is it going to look more like when we're trying to work with the Iraqis to displace ISIS from Mosul? It really depends. Now, what I'm hearing today is the Ukrainian forces are highly motivated. Civilians are joining up in what is legally and under international law called pretty much a levy en masse, which is where you mobilize the entire population to repel an outside invader, which is really what's happening here. They have mobilized every male citizen between the ages of 18 to 60 to give you an idea of how many people, how much of the population is being brought in or being pressed into service to repel these invaders. Now, in an urban situation like Kyiv or any of the major cities, a lot of the advantages the Russians have with tanks, armored personnel carriers, all of these mechanized assets become very limited. Yes, tanks are useful in urban terrain because they can punch holes through walls with their main guns. They can drive through buildings and walls. They can do a lot of things, but they can't maneuver. They're stuck in those streets. And that's where the defender has a real advantage. A well-planned defense, the defenders can hold off a force of 3, 5, 7, sometimes 10 times larger if they have a very well-set, established urban defense. I'm not saying that they can stop the Russians from taking Kyiv. Eventually, I think the Russians will throw enough forces in where they can make that happen. But they could turn Kyiv into one heck of a battle area. You know, that could turn into a significant urban battlefield. And there's a potential of Kyiv to look maybe not like the Battle of Stalingrad, but definitely not a pushover like some of the things that we've seen more recently in Iraq and elsewhere, where cities just magically fall to who's ever coming in. And I would point to Afghanistan recently, where these cities just seem to fall one after another. I don't think that's going to happen. And I'm not seeing the indicators that they're just going to roll over and let that happen.
Hal, if the main airport around Kyiv is taken, is that the kind of signifier that the city has fallen? Once you take an airport, is that kind of over?
Well, obviously, it limits them. First off, that airport was not going to be operational because with the number of rockets and everything else, nobody's going to be flying in and out of that airport. So, as far as being a useful asset that could be value added to whatever the Ukrainian forces are doing, it's pretty much neutralized once this thing kicks off. The problem is that the Russians had such a preponderance of air assets, modern air assets, both rotor and fixed wing, that they literally started this thing with not just air superiority, but literally air supremacy. They basically dominated everything flying. Now, with that said, there are surface-to-air missiles that the Ukrainians have, and from reports coming out, they're using them to pretty good effect. They're taking out rotor aircraft, which is that's not really surprising. Those are easier to take out, particularly with the manned portable air defense systems like Stingers. But they're also taking out fixed wing, and there is some fixed wing like the MiG-25, some others that It has to deal with the engine placement. They're really close. If they on a rear shot, the engines burn so hot that it makes this bright thermal signature, which means it makes it real easy for the Stinger to zero in and take out the aircraft. And there's a report a couple of them were taken down. Not normally an aircraft you think of being taken down with a Stinger, but it happens. And that says something about the Ukrainians, which tells me a lot about how this thing may roll out. The Russians are moving quickly, but they're not just blasting through. At least in the north and the east, they're not blasting through. The south, where there were not a lot of Ukrainian forces to begin with, which was kind of a semi-open flank, if you will, they've been able to go out of Crimea, where they had forces obviously staged. And there's also reports that there was a naval landing or a limited amphibious operation. And there may have even been some air mobile operations up there. And they've been able to take some key bridges. They've been able to do some other things, which have enabled them a lot of freedom of action in that area. In the north, there's a lot of reports that they're being slowed up. And really what it does sound like was what we've talked about, where they're trading terrain in order to get kinetic kills. You know, they're moving from battle position to battle position to battle position. Keep in mind, they've had a lot of time to prepare these battle positions, by the way. And as the Russians come forward, you know, they get a few kills with tanks or armored personnel carriers, you know, BMPs, BTRs, whatever. And then they do what we call shoot and scoot, which is you shoot, you take them out, then you get out of there, move to your next battle position, and you're basically doing a war of attrition as they're moving in. You're basically decimating, if I may use that term, their forces as they move closer and closer. So when they get to those major urban areas, there's not as many as there were before. And with that said, the morale, the will to fight. I mean, you go into an urban area, you better have some very strong will to fight, because that is the toughest terrain you're ever going to run into. You know, above, on the ground, below the ground, everything can shoot at you from all directions. It's really tough.
Right. Hal, I wanted to get your opinion as well, just lastly, militarily speaking. There was a development today. Why Chernobyl? Russian forces took over Chernobyl, the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster. What do you make of that? Why did they want it? Why did they seek it out? And what are they going to do with it?
You know, initially when that happened, I had to look at the map to figure it out. You know, first off, it's a denied area. Nobody's supposed to go in there. So part of it in the long-term thinking of the Russians is that would be an area where potential insurgents, if you will, looking further down the road, Ukrainian forces that eventually go into guerrilla warfare, that might be an area where they might use that as a base of operations. However, in looking at the scheme maneuver and looking what happened with Antonov Airport, with the air mobile forces that went in, the report of airborne forces going in initially, then getting kicked off of the airport and then having to retake the airport after that, what Chernobyl does is it provides a very a shorter, more direct avenue of approach going into Kyiv, and particularly into reinforcing those rather, you know, basically those semi-isolated Russian forces at the airport. So I think really it was more for an avenue approach. Of course, Chernobyl, when you say the word, it just, you know, it evokes all the memories and a lot of other things. And everyone's afraid that, well, maybe something will go wrong and we'll have another leak of radiation or something like that. I don't know if that should be our dominant concern about Chernobyl. What I did find interesting is there was a report that they were sending Belarusian forces into Chernobyl, and that's one of the interesting things is that Belarus has forces working or at least it sounds like working side by side with the Russians.
Very interesting.
And so, yeah, and when they put the Belarus forces in there, I'm like, so Russia put the Belarus allied forces into the radioactive hot zone. That's a very Putin thing to do. I could see that. So, yeah. All
right, Hal, lastly for you, what are you expecting tonight?
I expect to see a lot of missiles, and actually, as we're getting closer, I expect to see artillery. actually hitting targets around Kyiv and hitting other targets. As you get within that range with artillery, you're going to see a lot more use of artillery, a lot more use of multiple launch rocket systems, which the Russians love to use, where they launch all these things. If you remember World War II and the famous what they called Stalin organs, where they fire off a bunch of missiles right after another. And what those can potentially do is they hit an area and they can take out literally like a square kilometer.
Oh, wow.
It's an amazing amount of firepower. And so I anticipate as they get closer, they're going to be using those and less reliant on these long-range missiles that they've been using. And probably, I expect to see more air, but I don't know if we're going to see really close air support. One of the things about the Russians, particularly with your fixed-wing pilots, Russians don't get as much time in the cockpit. They're not like our pilots. Our pilots, we have, well, among other things, Top Gun. Our pilots are extremely good at what they do. Russians just don't get enough flight time. So when they get in there and they come into an air defense envelope with a lot of surface-to-air missiles, their vulnerability to being taken out is much higher. So I anticipate that they're going to try and do some more accurate stuff. But what you may end up seeing is jets coming over, dropping, using, basically doing strikes from higher altitude. And frankly, those could be far less accurate strikes, which means we may be looking at more collateral damage.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we'll leave it at that. We'll definitely be talking to you again throughout the weekend, into the weekend, as this crisis continues. War in Europe, Russia invading Ukraine. We're now, almost more than 24 hours since it began. Hal, thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, there are a few stories stateside that we do want to get to. One in Minneapolis, another in Michigan, having to do with two criminal cases that we have been following very, very closely. So more on that in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here as we continue to cover the Russia-Ukraine crisis. We're also covering more and more of these top headlines here stateside. Earlier, we reported that 3 former Minneapolis police officers were convicted today of violating George Floyd's civil rights. We want to show you a press conference that happened right after this verdict was announced by the jury there in the Twin Cities. We've been speaking with our reporters at Fox 9 in Minneapolis about this particular case for some time. The jury now finally reaching a verdict. Remember, those three former Minneapolis police officers, Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Kang, and Tu Thao, now convicted. So we'll hear from some of the prosecutors who were on this case and also some of George Floyd's family and friends as well.
Approaching the podium this week. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles Govats. I'm the acting United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota, and I'm joined today by the prosecution team, Assistant United States Attorneys Alan Slaughter, Amanda Surdich, Leanne Bell, Evan Gilead, DOJ Trial Attorney Samantha Treppel, Trial Attorney Tara Allison, Paralegal Steph Braun, Henry Frank, Victim Witness Specialist Selena Colesrud, and Christina Bussi, and FBI Special Agent Blake Hostetter. I'm also here with FBI Special Agent in Charge Michael Paul. On behalf of the trial team, the United States Attorney's Office, and the Department of Justice, I want to thank the jury for their service over the past several weeks. May 25th, 2020 represents an inflection point in our community. On that day, a man tragically and senselessly lost his life at the hands of law enforcement. It was a scene that will forever be seared into our memories. George Floyd, handcuffed and pinned to the ground by three officers, while a fourth, Officer Tu Thao, stood nearby. Officers Lane and King were positioned on Mr. Floyd's back and legs, and Officer Derek Chauvin held his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck. He was held down for more than 9 minutes. Mr. Floyd called out more than 20 times that he couldn't breathe, repeatedly begging to be let up. Eventually, he stopped begging. He stopped breathing. His pulse stopped. He lost consciousness. He became motionless. All the while, these officers chose to do nothing to assist Mr. Floyd as he lay dying. And the world collectively witnessed this tragic and horrifying loss of life and humanity. Today, former officers Thao, King, and Lane stand convicted by a jury of their peers for willfully violating Mr. Floyd's civil rights, the same rights guaranteed to all of us by the United States Constitution. These officers had a moral responsibility, a legal obligation, and a duty to intervene. And by failing to do so, they committed a crime. This is a reminder that all sworn law enforcement officers, regardless of rank or seniority, individually and independently, have a duty to intervene and provide medical aid to those in their custody. It's a fundamental duty of policing. It's good policing. In their custody is in their care. And it's a duty followed every day by police officers in communities around the United States, often under very difficult circumstances. Officers Thao, King, and Lane on that day failed to fulfill this duty, and as a result, George Floyd senselessly died. That is why they were charged. That is why they were convicted. And although today's verdict won't bring George Floyd back to his family or his friends, his community, and his loved ones, this outcome represents our collective affirmation to uphold George Floyd's civil rights, again, the same ones afforded to all of us under the Constitution. My pride for the work done by this team and by my office and the department as a whole is immense. This trial presented numerous challenges and hurdles, all of which this team met and surpassed with tenacity and determination and grace and grit. It was a distinct honor and privilege to try this case. Finally, and importantly, I want to thank the Floyd family and his loved ones for their patience and cooperation for the past 2 years. Their strength is admirable. I'm going to be followed here at the lectern by FBI Special Agent in Charge, Michael Paul. SAC Paul.
Thank you, Charlie. Again, my name is Michael Paul. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of the FBI's Minneapolis Field Office, which serves Minnesota and North and South Dakota. I want to start by echoing the comments of our acting U.S. Attorney and acknowledging the service of the prosecutive and investigative teams in this case. Their work from the very get-go on the tragic day that this began was prompt and swift. It was collaborative, not only between investigators and prosecutors, but also with our partners here in the state of Minnesota, and it established an important standard for us for swift investigative action in these types of matters. I also want to thank the work of the jury and their discerning ear, their diligence, and really their fortitude in bringing forth a very important verdict for our country. From the very beginning, the case had great potential to help inform an ongoing debate across our country about law enforcement. And today, their work, their diligence again, and their verdict helps us reaffirm a very important standard for all of law enforcement across America. The FBI takes very seriously our civil rights investigative responsibilities. It's one of the most unique investigative jurisdictions and one of the most important programs that we work. These cases are very important for defending the rights of our citizens, and it's important for us to remember the consequences of these types of incidents as we go forward. And this case, again, is going to has established a very important benchmark for all law enforcement officers, agents, deputies at all levels of law enforcement across America. That we are responsible, we are professionally accountable for our actions and caring for those that are in our custody and protecting United States citizens, even those that have broken the law. And so again, my great thanks and appreciation for all the portions of the justice system that worked collaboratively and in a timely manner on this case in order to make sure that justice was done. And the FBI remains committed in the future to work these types of matters with our partners. And we're so lucky and so proud to have the collaborative relationships that we have in the state of Minnesota to work on these matters when warranted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to invite Assistant United States Attorney Leanne Bell to come to the lectern and talk about the case from the trial team's perspective.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanne Bell. I'm an Assistant United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota, and a proud one today. On behalf of the team, we want to say thank you to all of those who supported this prosecution. We haven't been able to talk about George Floyd much during this trial, but as one of the brave bystanders said, George Floyd was a human being. He deserved to be treated as such. He was a son, a father, a significant other, a family member, and a friend to so many. His family endured so much to get here. And we want to thank the Floyd family for their patience and cooperation during the course of this investigation and prosecution. My hope, the hope of our team, is that today's verdict will bring a measure of justice. We also want to say thank you to the jury for diligently listening to this trial and through it all, hearing his voice. This trial has been long and challenging for many reasons, but this jury carried out their civil service with attentiveness and earnestness, and we thank them for their service. We would also like to express deep gratitude for those witnesses who testified at this trial. To those brave bystanders, especially, we say thank you. You showed so much courage that evening and through multiple trials. You knew what was right, and you said it out loud. Last, to the FBI for their support. We could not have done this case without our law enforcement partners and all of the officers that act with courage and compassion to uphold the Constitution every day. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like prosecutors there are kind of commiserating with family and friends of George Floyd to see if they might come up to speak there. But, you know, conviction of a federal civil rights violation that results in death is punishable by life in prison or even death, but such sentences are extremely rare. Let's listen back in.
Members of George Floyd's family here who would like to say a few words, and I'll start by introducing Felonious Floyd. Mr. Floyd.
How y'all doing? I'm Felonious Floyd, brother of George Floyd. And I have my nephew with me, Brandon Williams, who George raised like a son. Today is a good day for us. That this is the first time that I ever seen something like this did. 4 white officers were convicted of killing an African-American man. I know a lot of people have been texting me back and forth. I'm grateful for what all these attorneys did today, and you know, they my friends, you know, because they did a hell of a job. And after just watching what happened to Kim Potter, I was like, I'm still gonna believe and I have faith, because I just wanted some time to be served from somebody for what happened to my brother. This is just accountability. It can never be justice, because I can never get George back. And no matter how many times that I pray at night and I think about my brother 24/7, it still is going to be hard, even though we just had a federal conviction and we already had the state conviction. But times, you know, will be probably a lot harder for me still, because I can't get my brother back. And at the same time, I hope that Congress, the Senate, whoever it is, they're looking at what's going on, because if people are being transparent and they're also speaking out and the jury said guilty, 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 then up there in Congress, they ought to go ahead and say, let's pass this George Floyd Justice Policing Act to be able to help people of color be able to understand that they can move around and understand that they won't be murdered on sight. We need to end the qualified immunity. We need to end the no-knock warrants. We need to make sure there's no more chokeholds, and make sure all these police officers have their gear on, dash gear, body gear, all of it. Also, we need to start a registry for these officers to make sure that they can't leave from Minneapolis to get to Wisconsin and get a job there after you do something bad. So this is unfortunately a bad time, but it's also a good time. Like I said earlier, you come to some places and they might be wrong, but you're there for the right reasons. You know what I mean? So I just thank everybody who helped us out with this case, and I don't know how to act right now because I'm getting emotional. I got a lot of stuff going through my head. This has been a journey, and this has been over 2 years of the same stuff, back and forth. But I just thank everybody for coming out. I'm going to thank these lawyers so much, because you know, without them, we wouldn't even be able to stand at this podium right now just to be able to speak about what happened. So, Benjamin Crump, I'd like to give him some credit. I'd like to give Keith Ellison some credit. Just so many people who had their hands in this case, and They just made it better for people. And I'm starting to feel like I can breathe again, but I just need you all to tell Congress to please read this. Don't let this tragedy hit your front door before you make a decision. Pass the law. Pass the George Floyd Policing Act. Thank y'all.
I'm Brandon Williams, the nephew of George Floyd. I'd like to start by saying God is good. And I want to send a huge thank you to everybody that's standing back here. You know, throughout the trial, they constantly checked on us and made sure that we were okay. And a special thanks to Miss Selena.
Miss Selena.
You know, you were great, and we appreciate everything. She made it a lot easier for us to be here because, you know, we've been here so many times since May 25th of 2020, and these visitors aren't happy. And, you know, she did everything, and she was so great to comfort us and make this a lot easier because it's hard. You know, it's a lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of sad nights, holidays, birthdays, and you just wish George was here because, you know, he was so family-oriented, and we miss him a lot. And, you know, it's even worse because he was murdered. He didn't die of natural causes, and he should still be here. You know, this day is historic because just not too long ago, you know, the murders of Ahmaud Arbery, you know, were sentenced, found guilty in federal hate crimes as well. You know, that's like 2 in the same week or maybe the same month. I don't know the exact date. And, you know, that's historic for this country because oftentimes, you know, officers kill black and brown men and women, and we get little to no consequences. A lot of times we don't even get charges, let alone a conviction. You know, so we'll take this small victory, you know, and smile about it and be happy, but deep down we're still hurting. You know, we want this to stop. You know, this means so much to us because we've connected with so many families, you know, that's in similar situations and receive no justice. And, you know, I'm shaking because my first trip here, the first press conference I did, I said that we're only coming here to get some justice and accountability. You know, and today was another step towards that. And you know, it feels good. You know, we were very optimistic today, and when they said that the verdict, that the jury were deliberating because we saw what happened in the Kim Powder sentencing. You know, there's no way that an unarmed black man supposedly accidentally killed and a cop is only sentenced to 18 months. You know, I found that very disrespectful and hurtful because, you know, I've connected with Dante Wright's family, and I just felt for him so bad because I know what Dante meant to Miss Katie and Mr. Arbery. So we were very optimistic and nervous pending the outcome of this verdict. So hopefully this is a step in the right direction for people that's in power to do the right thing, you know, to change laws and policies, you know, that's gonna protect people from these situations. You know, and more than anything, that's gonna hold them accountable and sends a message that says if you murder or use excessive or deadly force, it's consequences that follow.
Yes.
I think when you make a statement by convicting these officers, you know, they start to feel like, hey, maybe I shouldn't do it, I can't get away with it. Because in the past, they've gotten away with it so much. So all in all, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that played a role in this. You know, thank you to family, friends, the people that don't know us, the media, everybody that got out and protested, that just sent prayers. You know, we really appreciate it because when these cameras go away, our pain don't. So thank y'all.
Yeah. And also, if they can make federal laws to protect the bird, then they can make federal laws to protect people of color. Thank y'all.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Kovacs, what kind of sentencing will you recommend for these defendants?
Well, we're not doing questions, but thank you. We'll do that in due course. Thank you. Yep.
All right, there you have it. Prosecutors alongside family of George Floyd speaking out after these convictions were announced in this federal trial of 3 ex-Minneapolis police officers. We've been tracking this case the whole way here on Live Now from Fox, speaking with our teams there down on the ground. So much happening inside of that Minneapolis courtroom, especially amid rising tensions with a Mir Locke case during it as well. And so we'll be tracking when, of course, the actual sentencing is announced. You know, that's what we do, live, raw, and unfiltered for all of these top stories. But main focus right now as we continue to cover it, the Russian invasion, a live look from Kyiv, from the capital there. We'll be checking in with our experts, financial experts, people who have relatives who are down on the ground in Ukraine, who are fearing for their lives, some evacuating. We have new video coming into the newsroom as well. So stick with us through the rest of the evening here. Also stick with us as the Freedom Convoy makes its way to Washington, D.C. Protests to be at the nation's capital here very, very soon. We have the latest from our reporters there as D.C. is preparing for all of this mayhem. That's as protests continue today. Stand by Ukraine protests also outside of the White House during the White House briefing. Stay with us for all of the continuing coverage here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Trucks around the country on the move, making their way to Washington, D.C. ahead of next week's State of the Union.
To the truck drivers around the world, now is your time to stand up. Now is your time to usher in a renaissance time of freedom.
The streets in one Southern California city filled with hundreds of supporters as dozens of convoy truckers set out Wednesday.
We are ready to roll on to D.C.
Just one of several similar convoys organized around the country, all with different starting points, departure dates, and routes. Modeled after Canada's Freedom Convoy, folks who are a part of America's People's Convoy mainly demanding the end of a national COVID-19 emergency and pandemic-related mandates. Other issues being raised, fuel prices and immigration. The truckers getting the support of fellow Americans as they hit the highways, others disagreeing with the message.
My community, the black community, has really been impacted by COVID. So I'm a proponent of making the mandates. We've got to get a control of it.
The parade of 18-wheelers, pickup trucks, and other vehicles aiming to arrive in our nation's capital next week. Law enforcement officials in D.C. saying they're aware of the plan and will be ready, especially after the January 6th riot. The Pentagon approved the deployment of 700 unarmed National Guard troops to prepare for the truckers' arrival and their anticipated protests. In Kingman, Arizona, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
And back into coverage as we take a live look over Kyiv right now. Kyiv dark tonight under curfew, nearly 24 hours after Russia began a full-scale assault on Ukraine, showing you video from the past couple of days here, or the last day, I should say. The Pentagon believes Russia intends to decapitate the Ukrainian government and install a new leadership with a plan to inflict widespread human rights abuses on the Ukrainian people. Senior defense officials also warn the U.S. has not seen Russia employ the full scope of its electronic warfare capabilities, suggesting potential cyber attacks on U.S. electric grids or banking systems. This as President Biden unveiled harsh new sanctions targeting Russian banks, oligarchs, and high-tech sectors, and announced 7,000 additional troops to Germany to bolster NATO defenses. Well, we've been capturing sights and sounds from down on the ground in Kyiv. Fox 2's Tom Vakar brings us the latest.
The sounds of sirens constantly wail as yet another shelling or missile attack commences. In the capital, Kyiv, the subways have been converted to bomb shelters and they are filled with the fearful. There's already been damage in the capital well away from the disputed areas. People have been lining up for many things, including cash at ATMs. They've also gone into long gas lines in case they need to leave or go far. Indeed, the roads are heavy with those fleeing areas of potential violence. Within the disputed provinces, there have been pro-Ukrainian demonstrations that are being done at the participants' peril. Nearby, black smoke rises from a power plant hit by shelling, a move to deny electricity and communications to the region, as well as the people themselves. Ukrainian soldiers told Radio Free Europe that the situation is worse than the 2014 taking of the Crimea and that it comes constantly. This appears not to be a surgical, high-tech, smart weapons assault. It is not aimed at just soldiers. Cities are being hit, and Ukraine says a lot of civilians are dying. Nonetheless, in this video, Ukraine President Zelensky tells citizens, no need to panic. We are strong. We are ready for everything. We will defeat everyone because we are Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine.
Я не знаю, чекаємо.
З Києва не плануєте їхати? Ні. Так, чесно говоря, сильно-то і їхати некуди, кроме кладбища. Там, де, всі похоронені.
There is no doubt that the Russian forces arrayed around and now in the Ukraine are overwhelming, with plenty of backup for a prolonged, bloody, and deadly conflict which seems not to be aimed at military targets only. Head-to-head, Russia has more than 1.3 million active reserve and military forces available. Ukraine's total, just 500,000. Tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, and rocket launchers, some 60,000 against Ukraine's 18,000, more than triple. No contest in fighter planes and attack helicopters, with Russia's 1,300 against Ukraine's 100. This could erupt into the biggest land war since World War II. The longer it goes on, the more it will cost in misery and blood, all to reassemble the failed Soviet empire.
Ну що зробиш? Що буде, те й буде.
Once again, that was Fox 2's Tom Vakar reporting. We spoke with a doctor, a co-founder of an organization that works with doctors out in the Ukraine area. Some of them evacuated, some sticking around to aid all of these civilians who are there and don't know what their future could look like. Here's that conversation from a little bit earlier today. Zakharchuk, who is the co-founder of Just Point, a medical malpractice company with 50 different doctors out in Ukraine right now. And Alexander, I know that you've been in constant communication with many of these doctors. First of all, thanks for joining us here on the stream. I know that it's probably been a very exhausting day for you. You're from Ukraine. How are you feeling at this time?
I think just like most of the other Ukrainians, I'm feeling surprised because we saw what Russia is capable of in 2014, but frankly, I think no one expected such a degree of cowardness, right? They've been repeating for a month or two before attacking Ukraine that they're absolutely not going to attack Ukraine, right? So it is confusion, it is anger, but most of all, again, I care for all the people who are there in Ukraine now. There are my relatives there. There are our employees there. There are all the people of Ukraine. We are trying to figure out ways to help them to the extent that we can.
So just walk me through what many of their days have looked like, what they've described to you, what they've seen, what they've heard through the hours, through the past day.
Yeah, I heard from many people, and actually many of the Ukrainian cities were bombarded. Russia started the day with missile attacks to the critical objects of Ukrainian infrastructure. And many people wrote us that they woke to the sounds of explosions. And then some of the cities were not attacked yet. So people, at least in the morning before they understood what is going on the global scale, they were still feeling relatively safe. But some of the people thought about evacuating right away. We have, I think, around 10 of the doctors who are working with us in Ukraine moving towards the western regions of Ukraine. But at the same time, we have some of our employees who are volunteering currently in the hospitals. So obviously someone chooses to stay and help the military, help to rescue the wounded people. Overall, the situation is very chaotic in Ukraine right now, but in fact, the more organized we are, the better we can resist these Russian attacks, obviously.
So, Alexander, we're taking a look at video of evacuations from earlier today. You said some of the doctors are evacuating, that you know, some are sticking around. The ones who are sticking around, what do they have to say? Is it escalating even more? Do they anticipate many more fatalities?
Yeah, I think that within the next few days there will be many more fatalities from both sides. I know that this morning some of the hospitals in Ukraine started asking, the locals started asking people to donate their blood. So everyone is trying to get ready, because I think it is a matter of time when the things get even more serious than they are now.
What is the need right now for people who are probably watching across the United States and viewers around the globe as well? How can anyone help out during this? To my knowledge, the National Bank of Ukraine opened the account to which people can donate money to help Ukraine to protect themselves. And in addition to this, the countries neighboring of Ukraine are ready to accept refugees, which helps a lot. Obviously, there is no question of, direct intervention of any other country, but to the extent that you can support Ukraine with donations for the individuals or with defensive weapons for the other countries, I think we needed to save the peace in the world, right? Because I don't think that at this point anyone believes that Putin is going to stop after, or if he succeeds in Ukraine. He will go further. It is a matter of time. There are ex-Soviet countries which he doesn't consider to be countries, just like Ukraine. There are the countries of the former Eastern Bloc, like
Poland, for example. So I think that if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, then no one will be feeling safe. And it is important to emphasize that I'm saying Putin will succeed in Ukraine, not Russians, because I know that there are lots of protests in Russia right now against the war. In fact, I am myself half Ukrainian and half Russian, so I don't think that this is a question of nationality. It is a question of the choice, maybe not even the choice. It is this terrible, delusional dictator and the people brainwashed by him against the whole civilized humanity.
Describe what it's like when you're in conversation with these doctors. What is the tone of their voice? What is their plea right now? And do they still have pride in Ukraine amid all of this?
Yeah, I think everyone does their best to help to protect Ukraine. At the same time, I feel that many of those people are confused. The most scary thing is probably uncertainty right now. Everyone knows that terrible things can come because, again, we've witnessed the actions of Russia and the way the Russians approach the ethical side of the work in Syria, for example, right? They are not, they don't care about the civilians. They don't care about people in general, and both Russian people and the people whom they are attacking. So I think it is confusion, first of all, but then people are supporting each other a lot. I know that people are helping their neighbors. If someone requires transportation to the safe place, if someone wants their wives and kids to be safe, then people are helping with that. And I know that people in the neighboring countries, including Poland and Hungary, and the Baltic countries, are ready to accept Ukrainian refugees. And many people in the whole Europe now, there are protests near Russian embassies and consulates. So people are not just, sitting idle. They are trying to do whatever they can.
And we do, looks like we had something pop up on our feeds here. President Zelensky speaking out right now, the Ukrainian president, who has maintained the want and the need for Ukrainian people to feel peace and unity at this time. Your response to President Zelensky through the past couple of days, through the weeks, with his communication to the Ukrainian people?
I think that it is really important for the Ukrainian people to have the figure to gather around, right? I know that the last presidential elections in Ukraine were somewhat divisive for the country, but currently that we saw the reaction of the president towards the threat, I think that it is a worthy man, to lead the defense of the country. And it is important to have a leader. It is important to have the reliable source of information. And I think that currently the Ukrainian governmental institutions are doing an excellent job of providing reliable information to the people of Ukraine and to the people in the whole world. Because let's not forget that one of the ways that Russia wages war is the information war, right? They have been pumping the world with lies for years. And it is very important for every one of us to develop critical thinking, to check to validate the messages from the media to understand what is true, what is not. Again, for example, the claims of Russians that in Ukraine the Russian-speaking people were oppressed, it is absolutely false. I know many people who speak Russian and who will defend Ukraine with arms in their hands. I myself, I mean, my first language long time ago was Russian. I'm speaking Ukrainian within my family with my wife and kids, but I'm thinking in Russian. And I can absolutely guarantee that no one, neither in the east of Ukraine nor in the west of Ukraine, is oppressed for using Russian language.
Yeah, the pride in both of these countries has been definitely a major playing point for this, and we just want to report to everyone in those statements from President Zelensky. He said they want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kyiv. He says that he will remain in the capital despite these imminent attacks. He says the enemy sabotage forces have entered the capital. Me and my family are remaining. Your response?
Yeah, again, I think partially I'm proud that currently in this time we have this president who is willing to fight back. I'm not sure how many families and children of Russian politicians are currently in Russia, for example. And yeah, I think again it is worth uniting, and if we want to have a chance to defend ourselves, and by ourselves I don't only mean Ukraine, I mean again all the democratic world, unity is our own choice.
Yep. Unity is definitely the choice of all of the people who are having no choice at this point with the invasion underway. Any last thoughts as this continues here? Any message to the people who maybe have never been to Ukraine or getting first introduced to this conflict underway with Russia and Ukraine? Last thoughts here.
Yeah, I think that historically, Ukraine has been a very peaceful country. Ukrainians are really friendly people. And those who were in Ukraine, I think they can all confirm that. And we are now in a situation that we have to protect ourselves. I think it is important to emphasize that the sentiment of Ukrainians towards Russia before 2014 was very, very positive. And the claims that you sometimes hear from Russians that it is Ukraine that is the source of this war. This is absolutely not true. In fact, the Ukrainian government and the presidents of Ukraine, both Poroshenko and Zelensky, have been using every available means to peacefully resolve the conflict, even though the essence of the conflict is that Russia invaded Ukraine. But currently we are in a situation that we have to defend ourselves. And I think that here in defending ourselves, we really defend all the world against Russia, because they will not stop at it. So I would ask everyone who can help, either with, again, donating money to protect Ukraine, or with sending help, I know that Germany was going to send the field hospitals, etc.
Right.
Any kind of help would be useful, would be appreciated. And again, by protecting Ukraine now, you're protecting the, well, maybe even our civilization in the long run, because obviously Putin doesn't imagine the consequences, the long-term consequences of what he's doing. Apparently, he's currently delusional, and this attack is an indication of that.
Alexander Zakarchuk, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you. We'll be thinking about all of those doctors that are out on the ground in Ukraine helping the people and trying to stay safe themselves.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to stick with this. And that's right, we're going to stick with this through the rest of the evening. A live look from Kyiv, where we're hearing from our sources down on the ground that explosions are being heard as we speak right now. We'll be hearing from the latest there in Kyiv, as well as Lviv, which is about 6 hours away from there. That's where we'll find Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson. That's after this commercial break.
There were attempts to bomb the military objects in the territory of the city.
Residents of this western Ukrainian city woke up to air raid sirens and the threat of airstrikes, a sound some had not heard here in nearly 50 years. Long lines for cash, gas, and food. Thousands of Ukrainians fled the capital when the Russian invasion began and headed west. Others flooded in from other parts of the country, the size of Texas. The city is home to 6,000 bomb shelters. Fox News spoke to one resident who says if Russian airstrikes come near her apartment building, she's ready to go underground.
If it happens, I am prepared to go to the shelter. We have to protect ourselves somehow.
For some, not even Lviv is safe enough. This man drove to the Polish border, 40 miles to the west.
I feel sad. Sometimes I do have those breakdowns because it's hard to process now.
Many doubted Russia would launch a full-scale invasion.
We didn't know that it was going to happen.
The mayor of Lviv tells Fox News he's been preparing for months, even willing to dismiss all students in this university town to make room for refugees.
My first task, prepare city to live without electricity. We increase supplies, medical treatments, 3 months reserve, and blood.
For this Australian American escaping Ukraine, anger towards Vladimir Putin for launching this invasion.
I don't care about my own safety. I care about Ukraine. I just can't believe someone could be so evil.
So far, Russian forces have not entered the city. Many of the residents are nervous, anxiously awaiting what comes next. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Okay, so obviously that was Lucas in Lviv, which is about 6 hours outside of Kyiv, which is the capital of Ukraine. We're now taking a live look at Kyiv, where explosions are being heard by our Fox correspondent Trey Yingst, who's there on the ground amid fears that this city could fall within days. I want to bring in foreign policy expert Michael Santo, who's joined us almost every single day this week. Michael, thanks so much for being with us this evening.
Welcome.
Okay, so what would it take for Kyiv to fall? What are these next steps?
Oh, on the part of the Russians? Well, it's horrible. They could send special forces or tanks into the city. There is U.S. intelligence about plans to detain and kill or assassinate the leadership of the Ukrainian government. So they can strangle the city, they can bomb the city. The Russian methods are very brutal, and we've seen it in Chechnya, we've seen it in Syria, and there's a lot of use of assassinations and detaining people and torture. They can do it, but you know, Ukraine is putting up a very powerful and heroic fight. So hopefully the Russians are not able to do it, but it's a very tough situation.
Yeah, you're saying they're putting up a powerful fight here, but the Ukrainian people who decide to stay, who are not evacuating at this time, you know, what could they face because of that?
Well, I mean, many of them are taking shelter. Many of the metro stations were built by the Soviets to be bomb shelters. I don't think that the Russians are going to go out of their way, thankfully, to kill as many civilians as possible, because it will make them look bad. It will only complicate their next steps, whatever it is, whether they want a puppet government, occupy part of Ukraine, or unfortunately move on and one day attack other countries. So they don't have an incentive to kill civilians deliberately for the most part, but they often, the pattern of the Russian military is just not to care. So the Ukrainian citizens have to follow instructions of their local authority and do the best that they can to take cover, and they need to find bomb shelters and avoid potential military targets as best as they can.
So we've already seen airstrikes and we've seen movement on the ground. What could a war potentially look like between Russia and Ukraine, and also expanding possibly after that?
Russian military has powerful artillery, and they rely heavily on it. And artillery can be very effective to take out military targets, but it's hard even nowadays to aim it adequately. So they're very powerful, very destructive, and can be devastating to civilian populations. And Russia is taking control of strategic parts of Ukraine right now. It's hard to know how this plays out. It's hard to know the dynamic in Russian society. If you know, God willing, there could be the opposition to stop Putin from within Russia, which I think is our only hope right now. For the most part, if they move further than Ukraine, they will be attacking NATO member states that the United States is obligated to defend. And I do take a different opinion on this than many, many experts. I'm not at all convinced, unfortunately, that Putin is afraid of clashing with US forces. And I think that is another difficult issue that we're possibly going to face in coming months and years if Russia doesn't stop in Ukraine. But nobody can predict Putin for certain, actually. I mean, nobody, but I think he is extremely ruthless. I think he has very high risk tolerance. He's willing to make huge gambles that border on the reckless, but they're not entirely as reckless as people think, because the Russian military is very, very powerful, and he knows that any American president has to be very careful in a situation like this.
When you say that Putin is not scared of clashing with U.S. forces, expand on that. What do you mean?
Well, in February 2018, contractors, they weren't regular Russian military, but they must have basically been under the command of the Kremlin. February 2018, they attacked our forces in Syria. And it was the deadliest fighting between Russian and US forces since the 1950s. And it must have been basically ordered by the Russian government, probably basically Putin himself. Now, I saw one interesting interpretation that I'll give, and unfortunately I disagree with. Their interpretation was because 300 Russians died, they were, and that's tragic. Obviously, we don't want to kill anyone. That scared the Russians off, and that's why they didn't say or do anything. They used contractors for plausible deniability. But Putin makes up lies as provocations against not just Ukraine, the United States, and NATO as well. So I believe that if he wanted to take another step against our forces, he would have used it as an excuse. And what worries me is he lost 300 fighting Russian men and he didn't blink. It's not like his behavior improved. So unfortunately, I disagree with the analysis that the fact that the Russians didn't do anything else, that they were backing down. I'm more concerned about the fact there's no sign that that bothered him, because if it did, you would expect not only no further attacks against US forces, but also Russia to start to act a little bit more careful in Syria. And I don't think that's the case. And just the fact that they openly attacked our forces, even though, thank God, no Americans died, and it was overwhelmingly, it was the Russians who died, just the fact that they took that step, that they triggered airstrikes and artillery that resulted in the death of 300 Russian, you could describe them as mercenaries, but they were effectively under the control of the Russian government. And so I don't think we know the limits of Putin, and I think that they're quite higher than people imagine. I don't think he's a madman, but I think he is a chess player, but a very, very evil chess player.
Yeah, and everyone is reiterating that right now. Putin doing what he wants to. Heading over to Ukraine, though, Ukrainian President Zelensky saying that he is going to stand by the people of Kyiv and stay in Kyiv right now. He's not retreating. What are your thoughts on that?
An absolute hero. He is the hero of the day. I mean, his actions are heroic. I mean, we've seen wartime leaders take these heroic steps not to flee. It completely contrasts, unfortunately, with our Afghan allies. The president was out there of Afghanistan like the first hour of the Taliban threatening Kabul. Heroic, and I feel for him and his family. And I hope to God that he survives this, because it seems as if the Russians might try to kill him. And I hope to God, and we need to protect him every way, and we need to respect what he's doing for the Ukrainian people and never forget heroes like this.
Michael, last question for you. Going into, for us, the rest of the evening here, and for them, early morning hours, could we see additional airstrikes? Do you think that is going to be the major offensive from Russia, or what do you think the focus is going to be as far as military?
We're going to see a lot of airstrikes by planes. We're going to see a lot of missile strikes, most of them probably cruise missiles, some of them ballistic. And we're going to see the heavy use of artillery, and we're going to see tanks going into various places, and where they can't send in the armor, they will send in their special forces. Because special forces, of course, are trained to operate in small units and kind of sneak into places, hidden, so that people don't recognize them, and so they can kind of jump in either from the air or from the sea or just undercover. So we're going to see special forces operations, airstrikes by planes, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles, and unfortunately artillery, which is probably never particularly precise when civilians are nearby.
And once again, 137 people confirmed dead, over 300 wounded in Ukraine on this first day of invasion. Michael Santo, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
All right, and we are going to take another break here as we are tracking all of the developments here. This, again, a live look of Kyiv, a closer look in Maidan Square, which is pretty dark this evening as they are under curfew nearly 24 hours after Russia began a full-scale assault on Ukraine. We'll be right back after this commercial break. We're talking new sanctions with President Biden, what that means for your wallet after the break.
we all want to think about markets over time, but on a day like today, we're looking at it from minute to minute to second.
Economist Peter Borish weighing in on stocks and how Americans will be affected by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He doesn't want us to panic as numbers shift, but to be smart and thoughtful with how we handle our investments. He suggests not making adjustments based on news or emotion.
Is inflation going to pick up? Is government spending going to pick up? And what's monetary policy? Those are the three things one needs to think about before they make any personal portfolio adjustments.
Stocks took wild turns all day on Thursday here in the U.S. and across the globe. You can also expect to see gas prices rise at the pumps here as crude oil surged above $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014.
At some point, they'll come back down. When exactly that happens and how high they'll go before that happens, it is a question that's nearly impossible to answer at this point.
President Biden says his administration is using every tool at its disposal to try and prevent rising prices at the pump. These surging prices stem from the unease about the possible disruption of Russian supplies, since Russia is a major oil producer. Gas prices were already high before this, and economist Desmond Lachman doesn't expect prices to drop anytime soon.
You have now the oil price shock coming from Russia. You've got grain shock coming from Ukraine. There's a great deal of geopolitical uncertainty. There's a great deal of inflation. Equity valuations are still very high, that the average American should be cautious.
And so we brought on an economist a little bit earlier today to see how else the situation with Russia is affecting everyone's stocks right now, affecting price hikes and different angles of life. Here's that. So we want to bring on our own economist right here, Sam Dixon with the Oxford Advisory Group. Thanks for joining us here, Sam.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so your response to all of this as new sanctions being imposed by the Biden administration, how quickly, I think that's the main question right now, is the timeline for this? Could this have the effect that they're trying to have on Putin fast enough?
I think it all comes down to how willing they are to actually enforce them, right? How quickly are they actually going to roll them out? It's nice to lay out an agenda, but are they actually going to enforce it? That's kind of what's going to determine how quickly they have any type of effect. I mean, you've already seen the gas prices going up, right? And that's been happening at your pump. That's actually mostly because the markets and refineries were kind of anticipating conflict over there anyways. So what happened over the last few weeks, all these refineries said, well, you know what? If we're going to have our supply disrupted, let's go ahead and just grab as much as we can right now. Let's pull it in. That created a lot more demand, okay, which drove the price up. And you're starting to feel that at your pump right now.
Exactly, and that has been the looming concern for at least people in the United States is higher gas prices. What potentially could that be looking like?
Well, I don't see it letting up anytime soon, given what's happening over there, which is very unfortunate at this moment, right? But, you know, it's not the only economic factor that's contributing to this market, okay? The market has been unsteady since before this conflict, right? And that's mostly because of the Fed bumping interest rates, okay? So essentially, when the Fed dropped interest rates 2 years ago, it created what we call easy money, right? And easy money is where a lot of money floods into the market. And you've had a great bull run the last 2 years here. It's been nice. Everything's been going up. And then last year, the Fed said, hey, we're going to bump interest rates and pull some of the support we've been doing, right? So that's not anything new. They said it last year. The problem is the market's just now reacting to it. And that's why you've had kind of a rough little bumpy market right here is the Fed's not helping as much. They're bumping those interest rates, which people are pulling money out of the market now.
Right, exactly. It's a flurry of issues that are hitting the market right now. From your view, is President Biden doing enough to stabilize the American economy amid all this?
You know, I think he's got to implement some of the stuff he's come out and said he's going to do. I'm going to review all these sanctions more in depth since they just rolled them out, of course. But I'm going to go through and see, you know, how viable are they actually to implement them quickly, and how big of an effect will they actually have? Okay, again, it's going to come down to follow through. If they follow through with some of the things that we've already read and just heard her talk about, then there could definitely be some impact, right? The only thing I worry about is, hey, how much of that impact is going to blow back on the American consumer? right? Like at the pump. And that's something you feel every day. So that's a little different than inflation, right? That's something you feel literally, or at least me, twice a week in my SUV because it hogs the gas, right? So I feel that multiple times a week.
Right. Gas prices, inflation, and now I want to go into the food industry because wheat and corn, Ukraine is a major producer. You know, what effect could that have on not only America, but other countries that it's a major exporter for?
You know, there's a ton of countries that rely upon that for a great portion of their imports for their food. And I know we felt the effect, at least, you know, we had that chicken shortage hit us a little bit here. That one hit me personally as well, going to Publix, not being able to get enough chicken for myself. And I hate to think that that's going to then branch out into these other food groups. But, you know, these other countries that aren't as well off throughout the world that do rely upon those are the ones that are actually going to feel the impact a lot worse than particularly us on that particular item there. So that concerns me pretty great. If it's anything like we've seen in the past, it's going to cause some serious issues in some of the lower end countries.
For people who are really uncertain right now, probably every American in the stock market, what is your biggest tips during this time? What should we be watching?
I think the biggest thing is take the emotion out of it, right? So we as humans love to make emotional reactions, emotional decisions, okay? When it comes to investing, that might be the worst thing you can do, okay? So I always recommend, hey, create an action plan, right? Set some rules up that, hey, if the market does this, you're going to do this in response in your account, okay? And you set these rules. That way you take the emotion out of it and you take what I call the knee-jerk reaction out of it, right? We don't want to make an emotional decision because we haven't really thought it through. So we create these action item plans for ourselves through what I call little rules, right? And you follow that, it tends to help take the emotion out of investing, which is usually better.
Yep, definitely an emotional time right now as things are escalating out in Ukraine. Sam Dixon, any last thoughts when it comes to reaction on the stock market end?
No, just think through every decision. Don't make the emotional reaction. Create an action item plan, right? Even just for yourself, right? Every investor is different. Everybody's in a different stage of life, but everybody can create an action plan for themselves to react properly. That way, again, you don't make that emotional decision, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. Stay safe.
Thank you.
And once again, back out to Kyiv, where we're getting reports that explosions are being heard amid fears the city could fall within days, possibly hours. And we'll be taking you through all of that, watching this shot here on Live Now from Fox. Also, when we come back, you heard President Biden making remarks, announcing new sanctions, what those sanctions are, after the break.
stands up to bullies.
Stands up with sanctions.
This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time.
The president admits Putin won't feel the pain for a while.
It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down.
But that's exactly how sanctions have been advertised.
The purpose of the sanctions has always been and continues to be deterrence.
The latest punishment comes after a virtual meeting of the G7.
We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy.
The West is not yet going as far as they can, as they are not yet kicking Russia out of the SWIFT financial system, holding back some sanctions to see what Putin does next.
Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening.
Nukes or not, the president argues Putin is a villain.
Putin will be a pariah on the international stage.
Much tougher talk than June, when Biden and Putin tried to iron out new rules of the road.
He's bright, he's tough. And I have found that he is as they say, when he used to play ball, a worthy adversary.
Now Biden accuses Putin of creating a false pretext for war.
This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression.
Aggression designed to redraw the map of Europe.
Did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about.
I also asked the president today if these sanctions they refer to as devastating are going to be as devastating as Russian tanks and missiles and bullets. President Biden told me yes, in Ukraine, so that's the plan. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Well, President Biden answering a series of questions, including whether or not he would impose direct sanctions on President Vladimir Putin. Here's that press conference with reporter questions tacked onto it.
Or other sanctions at your disposal. Respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. And look, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
So India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
So that was just a portion of the press conference. Biden stepping off there and initiating these sanctions, kind of skirting questions when asked about China. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to talk a little bit more about the situation underway with cyber threats, as Kyiv is definitely dealing with them. Ukrainian banks getting hit with these attacks, and many of them unprepared for the situation underway. We spoke with a cybersecurity expert on what they're dealing with at this time and what needs to happen in order for them to stay afloat. I want to bring in Kunal Anand, who is a CTO of Imperva and, quite frankly, an expert when it comes to cybersecurity. And Kunal, you are actually helping some of these banks in Ukraine right now amid the threats.
That's correct. We're actually helping many of these institutions, not just banks. It's really devastating what's going on, obviously physically, but also from a cyber perspective. We've seen some dramatic attacks over the last few weeks, and these attacks are designed to just go ahead and cripple core infrastructure, applications, services that people and Ukrainians really depend on. So it's been pretty crazy over the last couple of weeks.
So we were just listening in to President Biden, who has touted the fact that they have helped prepare Ukraine when it comes to these cyber attacks. Do you think that they were prepared for this?
Look, I'm spending time with a lot of our customers on the ground, and I think a lot of them need a lot of help right now. A lot of them need support. A lot of them need more guidance. A lot of them have never been through, obviously, anything like this before. So this is pretty unprecedented. A lot of them have never had to defend a network from a large attack. A lot of them have never had to worry about keeping an application or a really important backend for a mobile application up and running, and to withstand a large amount of traffic coming in. So, I mean, it's something that they're obviously not prepared for. We're seeing a lot of activity happening. We see a lot of critical applications and services going down right now. I think genuinely, Ukrainian organizations and enterprises of all sides need a lot of help right now. And I think organizations like Imperva and others can do a better job at sort of supplementing and giving them that aid.
From a cybersecurity point of view, I mean, how substantial are these attacks? How immense could the effects of this be for the Ukrainian government and economy?
Glad you asked that question. You know, I think a lot of people, when they think of a cybersecurity attack, they just think, oh, a server goes down somewhere, that's no big deal. But let's take into context everything that's going on right now, which is you've got a country that's currently being invaded by another, and you have people, citizens, human beings that are just understanding where their money is, if they have access to it. Maybe they want to get access to it, maybe they want to spend it, maybe they want to go somewhere, maybe they want to flee. How are they going to access their bank accounts? How are they going to go ahead and access that capital if the bank is down? How are they going to access it if those critical applications and services go down? And so how devastating could it be? You know, Russia's really smart. Russia has been very strong in offensive cybersecurity initiatives for years now. And they know that if they want to go and take a country, it's not just by taking it physically, but also from causing some harm and causing damage from a cyber perspective. I mean, look, if you can shut down banks, if you can shut down critical infrastructure on top of the invasion, the physical invasion that's going on, I mean, that's a pretty big combination and a lethal combination if you want to go and knock a country over.
Well, of course, these cyber attacks are not just hitting Ukraine, they're hitting other countries, including about to be the United States as well. Explain that to us, because there's other parts of Europe that are also getting hit hard, that you are addressing those situations as well.
Yeah, so for the last couple of weeks, we've seen some pretty big activity coming out of these nation states. So for example, Russia. So we've seen a lot of cyber attacks originating from Russia against various critical infrastructure companies and services organizations all throughout Central and you know, Western Europe. So we've seen the activity specifically going after telecommunications providers, going after banks and financial institutions as well, and for the sole purpose of creating disruption. In other cases, maybe trying to steal data or trying to perform things like data exfiltration generally. And so we've seen these attacks. And of course, we see this behavior happen every single day. We process something on the order of trillions of requests every single month. And for us, it's not abnormal to see it, but what is abnormal is the rate, the frequency, and the size, and the geo-targeting that is in fact going on right now.
What could be next for the United States specifically?
Well, you know, I think we've all heard Biden and the Biden administration talk today about counter cybersecurity, which basically means instead of being defensive, what if the United States were to become offensive? And what we mean by that is instead of just being attacked and sort of keeping ourselves safe, what if we could go on the attack and we could go after critical infrastructure, maybe by Russia and its allies? And, you know, I think that's something that we're going to have to weigh the pros and cons of a behavior like that. I mean, no one should be bullied and have to take it. But at the same time, we have to find a very measured approach for doing this, because we could be inviting ourselves into a pretty difficult situation if we're not careful. I'll give you an example of that. For years, Russia has been going after US-based institutions, financial services, banks, telecommunications companies, e-commerce companies, whether it's for disruption or exfiltrating information. And if you recall, what Biden had to do last year was get on the phone, talk to Putin, and kind of tell him, listen, I need you to calm down on what's been going on from a cybersecurity perspective. If the US were to sort of go after Russia from a cyber perspective, I think we'll see a pretty big undoing of, if you think about it, this sort of calm that's been kind of happening for the last several months. And who knows what that might invite back into the critical infrastructure and services we have, and what the long-term impacts could be from that. So we just need to be very, very careful if we decide that we want to enter into a cyber war, because obviously we've never seen a dramatic cyber war like this before. We've never seen anything in terms of two large countries with many, many others in between. You're talking about pulling in NATO's participating countries and other geos. Who knows what could happen? We just need to be very, very careful and measured about how we do this.
Kunal, any other thoughts when it comes to addressing these attacks? Any recommendations for the Biden administration at this time? If you were in the administration, what next steps would you do to ensure that Putin didn't escalate this any further to where we really see the effects here at home?
It's a great question. I think, obviously, the way I kind of look at security, I believe that the best offensive security starts with having a really strong defense. And so effectively, we need to make sure that all of our critical infrastructure and services are well patched, are well defended, that we've got the right controls in place. Because suppose we decide that we want to go on the offensive, and let's say we get attacked, but we don't have the right controls to defend ourselves from something like that, that could end in a pretty devastating manner, whether it's targeting municipalities, utility companies, let's say energy companies or local energy providers, or if we want to go after banks and financial services organizations, could be bad, right? So what we need to make sure we do, first and foremost, is make sure and ensure that our companies that are based in America, that citizens are safe. We want to make sure that the utility companies, whether it's energy, water, power, right, everything is well shored up from a security perspective. So before we go out, we want to make sure that everything is well secured, everything is locked up. So I'm the Biden administration. First and foremost, let's make sure that everything is safe at home. We've got the right detection, right protection capabilities. In terms of helping Ukraine, we should be offering help. We should be providing assistance from a cybersecurity perspective. I mean, think about what's going on. These are human beings that are that work in these large companies that now have to defend this work, but at the same time, they're defending their families, they're defending themselves in spite of everything that's going on. So their mind has to be split between all of these things. We can help them, we can jump in, we can help these organizations, we can help these critical organizations stay safe from these impending attacks so that those people can focus on what really matters, which is their lives, their families, and making sure that they stay safe.
All right. Kunal Anand with the Imperva, CTO of Imperva. Thank you so much for coming here on the show and explaining the situation underway, especially as many of these civilians are rushing to the banks, critical infrastructure, to withdraw money because their future is so uncertain. So we appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. And we are going to take and back out live to Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. As we are watching, we're hearing explosions have been heard from the capital city there as a takeover from Russia is imminent, according to experts. Still, President Biden noting and saying that Putin is the aggressor and that he chose this war, a war that could have much more bloodshed over the coming days. 137 dead, over 300 wounded on day one of this Russian invasion. Stay with us after the break. We speak with a former U.S. ambassador to NATO about the situation underway. It's a conversation you don't want to miss.
right, joining me now here on Live Now from Fox to further discuss the Russian invasion into Ukraine is former U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine, former U.S. Ambassador to NATO as well, Kurt Volker. Ambassador Volker, thanks for being with us. I wanted to get your reaction to President Biden's remarks today, issuing new punitive sanctions and consequences. In your view, are they adequate enough?
No, I think these are the measures that we should have done 2 months ago. If you remember, President Biden was asked, will these affect Putin's decision making, or will they affect Russians? Will ask me in a couple of months. Yeah. Well, that's exactly the point, that we should have done this a couple months ago when we saw the buildup happening, to try to prevent it and to try to have impact on Russia today. And in addition, there were things excluded from this package. There were good things in the package, to be sure. Some of the banks mentioned, some of the financial impact mentioned, but there were also individuals left out. The energy sector was left out. The SWIFT financial transfer system was left out. And I appreciate that the administration is trying to coordinate all this with our European allies and act in unison. But in this case, I think we need to start thinking about leading more, because this is a dire circumstance. And I don't think we can settle for a situation where Russia takes over all of Ukraine, imposes its military forces there, and we're just applying sanctions.
Also, do you think the phased approach is working to our disadvantage? We were promised swift and severe sanctions. Kind of a shock and awe approach would be better in your view?
Yes, swift and severe sanctions would be good, and we still need them. Let's have that. Let's push the Europeans to do as much as possible. But I'm concerned that we are not doing anything currently to help the Ukrainian military. They are being attacked by Russia overnight, airstrikes, missile strikes, tank columns moving. They are fighting back valiantly, and they need more help. And so I would still like to see us proceeding with deliveries, with equipment, with ammunition, with trainers who could help the Ukrainians integrate this in whatever way we can do that. We need to be in a much more proactive position to help Ukraine defend itself. I think it's debatable whether we should have ruled out U.S. military forces being present in Ukraine to help them. But clearly the administration has ruled that out. But short of that, there's a lot more we can do.
What about something that is being floated right now about arming some type of Ukrainian opposition or rebellion? Would that make matters worse?
Yeah, let's not give in to defeatism and say that we're only going to fund a resistance. Let's try to help the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian military survive.
My question now for you is about NATO, of which you know a lot. Is NATO aligned right now? We've seen some disagreements, especially on the SWIFT international banking system. There's going to be yet another summit held tomorrow. Why another summit? It doesn't seem like these summits have produced any meaningful impact other than maybe symbolism. What are you thinking is going to happen tomorrow?
It's a great question, because summits are meant to be ways of showing unity and resolve, that we are acting together. But when they come up short in terms of deliverables, then it starts to look a little hollow. And so I am confident that the diplomats there are talking to each other about what the deliverables will be. But so far, we haven't seen a sufficient level of action from ourselves, from our NATO allies, from the EU, to really treat Russia's invasion and aggression against Ukraine for what it is, and to do everything we can to reverse it. I remember when I was a young officer in the State Department, I was surprised but impressed by President George H.W. Bush after Iraq invaded Kuwait. And he simply came out and said, "This will not stand." And then he and James Baker went about assembling a global coalition to do everything possible that enabled them to remove Iraq from Kuwait. I think we're in a similar moment, a harder moment, because Russia has nuclear weapons. But we have to be viewing this with the same eyes, that this is unacceptable and we will not let this stand.
Those troops that were readied and on alert about a month ago will now be sent to Germany, about 7,000 of them, to shore up our NATO allies in the eastern flank. Does Putin want the Baltics? Does Putin want Poland? Is that what we should be looking for next?
Well, what he has asked for in his demands to NATO that were given in December is the demilitarization by NATO of presence in the Baltic states and in Poland. He wants everything rolled back to pre-1997 in terms of the military architecture in Europe. He claims, falsely, that NATO promised never to put military forces in the territory of new members. Not true, but now he wants that enforced by having NATO pull back military forces. So in this respect, I think what the administration is doing, sending forces to Poland, to Romania, and headquarters in Germany and other allies as well, like France or Germany or the UK, putting troops on the territory of these new NATO members is a tremendously important signal because it is explicitly rejecting what Putin is demanding.
I wanted your opinion as well. Is it safe to say that U.S.-Russia relations are dead, or are they just paused? Is there any way to come back from this at this point in time? Have we essentially cut off relations with Russia?
Right. U.S.-Putin relations should be dead. And I think we are getting to that point. We should support the people of Russia. They've been living under Putin for 20-some years, and it has just only gotten worse and worse for them. They deserve to live in a country that has more freedom and democracy and prosperity and justice than they live in. So we should be fully aligned with the Russian people, but our relationship with Putin should be over.
And are you foreseeing maybe indirect or direct impacts on the Russian people? We've seen massive protests in many major Russian cities over this. The ruble fell the lowest in its history. The stock market in Russia fell by half today. This kind of is a harbinger for Putin, is it not? Should he be worried about his own country? Yes,
I think that this is where we are headed right now. These things happened in the shock of Russia's invasion yesterday. What we have to do is make these kind of impacts long-term, even increase them, and show Putin that this is going to affect his ability to rule inside Russia, not only his ability to wage war on Ukraine. So this should be our target, and we should be messaging that, mobilizing that, enhancing this for as much as we can do to try to get Putin to realize that this is self-destructive.
I want to just game out a few scenarios specifically regarding the capital city of Kyiv. Can you tell us what you have been in touch with, your contacts on the ground there in Ukraine? Are they preparing for some type of, urban warfare in the streets of Kyiv? Do you think that is a distinct possibility?
They are certainly preparing for everything. They're preparing immediately for new airstrikes and new missile strikes. And those will be principally against military targets, but you can't rule out Russia going after civilian targets as well. They're bringing forces in to protect the capital from other parts of the country. So they're preparing for tank battles and pushing back Russia as they try to approach the city. And then finally, yes, if it comes to that, they are preparing for fighting for the city itself.
Also, I wanted to kind of game out a scenario where in the worst case scenario, President Zelensky has to go into exile. The Ukrainian government, high-ranking officials have to go into exile. I know that is a very defeatist attitude, but it's something that's being talked about. Who will take them in, and will the United States immediately recognize them as the de facto government, if you will?
Right. So this is also an excellent question. I have not heard an answer to this from the administration or from the European Union. Frankly, I'm glad, because we just saw the Pentagon come out today and say, oh, Kyiv may fall within 96 hours. That is not the kind of messaging we want to be pushing out there now. We should be saying that we're impressed with how much the Ukrainians are fighting, and we will assist them. That's what I would like to hear, rather than, okay, the capital's going to fall. As far as a government, if Russia takes over all of Ukraine and imposes its own government, no one will recognize the legitimacy of that government. No one will recognize Russia's claims over this. And it would be entirely logical to recognize the continuity of Ukrainian government in exile. But we're not there yet. We should be helping the Ukrainians weather this and ultimately maintain their country.
Ambassador Volker, just final thoughts as we go into the weekend here.
Yeah, everyone should be prepared for the worst. Russia, I think, probed last night, a lot of airstrikes, a lot of missile strikes, trying to land paramilitary forces to take over air bases, mostly not succeeding, some succeeding. They're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again. They're also, fighting on the front lines and trying to advance. They are succeeding in taking territory north of Crimea and east of Crimea. They're going to try to expand that footprint and they will continue to try to go to Kyiv. So we should be viewing this as seriously as it can be viewed. This is a major effort to take over a sovereign European country. We should declare this unacceptable, and we should be doing everything we can to help the Ukrainians.
Ambassador Kurt Volkel, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
She works for us.
Okay, so there you have it, a live look from Kyiv now. Great insight into the situation underway, the Biden administration, how they should be responding to the possibility of Kyiv falling over the next couple of days, instead changing the rhetoric and saying that Ukraine is fighting at this time, as we have now learned that President Zelensky of Ukraine announcing he and his family will remain in the city and will remain fighting here. The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States holding a press conference a little bit earlier today. We want to play that out for you as substantial information coming from this as well.
5 a.m. Kyiv time, the armed forces of Russian Federation launched a war against Ukraine. For the past 13 hours, my country is fighting simultaneous attacks from the east, south, north, and from the air. The Russian armed forces began to bomb the infrastructure on the territory of Ukraine, our airports, warehouses, facilities, and also civilian infrastructure. The missile and bombs struck airfields in Boryspil, Ozerne, Kulbakino, Chuguyev, Kramatorsk, Chernobyevka, as well as other infrastructure of the military forces of Ukraine. Make no mistake, it's not a military operation or whatever it was called yesterday in Donetsk or Lugansk. It's a war against Ukraine. The aggressor carried out invasion in many directions, and the Russian aggression took place within the Lugansk, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Kherson, and Odessa regions. Heavy fighting is still taking place in Mariupol, Genichsk, Skadovsk, and Chaplinka. Artillery shelling in the areas and settlements continued along the state border and administrative boundary also of the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea. The aggressor state also used the territory of Belarus to launch an attack. They tried to cross the state border with tanks, armored personnel, and military vehicles, and 4 ballistic missiles have been launched towards Ukraine from the territory of Belarus. According to the latest data, they also attacked some of the hospitals. That was just the information that was out from the Ministry of Health. And they also made an attempt to seize the Chernobyl nuclear power station. And the fight is going right there with Ukrainian National Guard protecting the Chernobyl station from the attack. So for the first time since Chernobyl nuclear disaster, after which Ukraine has been protected together with our European and American friends and allies, all the world from another nuclear disaster, we have to defend it again from the Russian forces. Now, Ukraine has activated our right to self-defense in accordance with international law. The combat spirit of Ukrainian military is high. We are fighting, we will be fighting. We, not only our brave and motivated military, but all Ukrainians. We are protecting our home, and we will not stop. The President also speaks to all the leaders and all the leaders of the free world, and we call for everyone to form the anti-Putin coalition to stop Mr. Putin and stop this attack on Ukraine. We're very thankful to President Biden for the immediate statement, which came minutes after Putin's decision to go on this offensive. And we're also thankful to all other allies, to the European allies, to Great Britain, to President Macron, to Prime Minister Johnson, who issued statements in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ukraine already has severed diplomatic relations with Russia. We call on all of our friends and allies to do the same. We also call on international organizations to consider excluding Russia from membership for flagrant violations of international law. Now, we value all the support. We hear all the support. It's very important for us, but it's also time to act. And we call on international community to act immediately. Only our united steps can stop Vladimir Putin and Russian Federation from this attack on Ukraine, from this war, but also from attacking anyone else in the free world. So our partners should immediately enact a package of new sanctions, and we really hope these devastating sanctions will be appropriate for this moment, and Russia will clearly feel that they cannot wage war on an independent sovereign country, because the future of the world order depends on this. So what we ask all of our partners and friends to do now, first, massive sanctions for what Russia did to us in 2014, did to us for the past 8 years, and does now as they waged a full-scale war against Ukraine. Second, all the help our friends and allies can provide us with regard to the defensive capabilities. Our military and every Ukrainian is ready to defend our country. We need help in order to be able to defend our country. And third, humanitarian assistance, because the damages that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine right now are large. And of course, the day-to-day life of ordinary people is at risk and is disrupted greatly. Now, I would want to finish my statement on saying that just before I came here, we got information from our chief commander that one of the platoons of the 74th Motorized Brigade from Kemerovska Oblast surrendered. Also noting that they didn't know that they were brought to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians, that they thought they were doing something else there. Again, Ukraine is defending our home. We will defend our home, and it's time for all free and democratic nations who value the principles and the territorial integrity and the right of any country for peace to stand together with us, but not only stand together with us, act together with us to stop the war in Europe. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer questions. We know that it's, again, Ukraine for, since 2008, announced our clear goal to be part of the European and Euro-Atlantic security system. We are extended opportunity partner with NATO, but we are not part of any of the alliances. So we do not expect anyone to fight for us, but we expect all the help and all the response the West can send to us. At the same time, we are also requesting and would appreciate the peacekeeping operations from the peacekeeping-loving countries, the peace-loving countries, and any support that we can get.
Ambassador, Josh Levin with NBC News. Could you elaborate on what you just said? Did you say that a Russian platoon has now surrendered to the Ukrainian military because they were under the impression they weren't going to be fighting Ukrainians? Are those Russian troops now being detained by Ukraine's military? Are they prisoners of war?
That's the information that we have received from, and it's official announcement from the our commander, chief commander of the armed forces, that yes, they have surrendered.
You know how many?
And platoon. So I don't know the exact number, but you know.
Intelligence indicates that the Russians have lists. They intend to decapitate the Ukrainian government, and that they have lists of targeted individuals that they could assassinate or send to camps. First, is President Zelensky going to stay in Kyiv at this moment? And second, what is the government doing to protect those people that they know the Russians have identified as targets?
Well, if you listen to President Putin's so-called speech before he announced war on Ukraine, and his speech when he recognized so-called DPR and LPR, it's clear to us that, again, it's not about Donetsk or Lugansk. It's not about some of us. It's essentially a declaration that we do not have right to exist. Now, we have existed long before Russia. We exist now, and we definitely will fight for our home. So all the planning and all the preparations are in place in Kyiv. Everyone is in Ukraine. All government, president, and others operate fully together with the diplomatic forces and our armed forces, and we all support them. Now, you know that yesterday our president announced the martial law, and the parliament supported it. So now all the focus of everything that we are doing in Ukraine is to defend our country.
Ambassador Jennifer Henser with CNN. Have you been briefed on who the U.S. will sanction and what the U.S. will sanction later today? And do you feel that will be enough to punish Russia for what they've done so far?
We expect the announcements soon from the U.S., but from all other friends and allies. We believe it has to be everything. We believe all financial institutions should be sanctioned. We believe Russia should be discontinued from SWIFT. We believe Russia should be discontinued from anything that democratic countries allowed them to be part of. We believe that the diplomatic ties should be severed with Russia. We believe that it's the moment when it's not okay for anyone who values peace to continue business as usual with Russia.
Okay, we have been listening in to the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States right now. That was from earlier in Washington, I believe. Strong words. They think the United States should sever relations with the Russian Federation. But we will continue to cover all of this here on Live Now from Fox as we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to be exploring the financial impacts of sanctions imposed today. Also, what this war is doing to Russia's economy and what does it mean for our economy here at home. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are continuing to cover all the latest out of Ukraine, but you might be wondering how this is going to impact the American economy, American markets, also gas prices. Fox 5 in New York has a look at all of that today. Here's their story.
We all want to think about markets over time,
But on a day like today, we're looking at it from minute to minute to second.
Economist Peter Borish weighing in on stocks and how Americans will be affected by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He doesn't want us to panic as numbers shift, but to be smart and thoughtful with how we handle our investments. He suggests not making adjustments based on news or emotion.
Is inflation going to pick up? Is government spending going to pick up? And what's monetary policy? Those are the three things one needs to think about before they make any personal portfolio adjustments.
Stocks took wild turns all day on Thursday here in the U.S. and across the globe. You can also expect to see gas prices rise at the pumps here as crude oil surged above $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014.
At some point, they'll come back down. When exactly that happens and how high they'll go before that happens is a question that's nearly impossible to answer at this point.
President Biden says his administration is using every tool at its disposal to try and prevent rising prices at the pump. These surging prices stem from the unease about the possible disruption of Russian supplies, since Russia is a major oil producer. Gas prices were already high before this, and economist Desmond Lachman doesn't expect prices to drop anytime soon.
You have now the oil price shock coming from Russia. You've got grain shock coming from Ukraine. There's a great deal of geopolitical uncertainty. There's a great deal of inflation. Equity valuations are still very high, that the average American should be cautious.
All right, we thank Fox 5 in New York for that look back on the market today and how it might impact us all here stateside. Joining me now to discuss this topic even further is financial expert John Milikowski. John, thanks for being with us here on this very busy Thursday night. Before we get into American impacts here at home, I want to just go over what happened to the Russian economy today. It was already in pretty bad shape, but today was quite historic. Russian assets nosedived, wiping out almost $200 billion in stock market value. The ruble sank to a record low. The cost of insuring Russian debt against default soared the highest it's been since 2009, and stocks ended the main trading session down 33%, their biggest ever retreat, and that was just on day one. What do you think is going to happen to the Russian economy? Will anyone be able to do business with Russia?
That's a good question. So a lot of the transactions that run through New York that are international. So when those transactions that are involved Russian entities are coming through the U.S., those assets can be seized. There's 2 banks that have now been prohibited from doing business in the United States. So it's only further going to exacerbate the problem in Russia, and obviously have a tremendous effect on their economy, their stock market, the buying power of the people. Overall, things are going to cost more for the Russian people.
Definitely, and we've seen widespread protests in Russia as well. We'll see if they continue. One of the other points of data that jumped out to me, oil prices today. Brent crude oil rising above $105 a barrel, the first time since 2014 that has happened. Now, that is no doubt going to impact gas prices here at home, but how much?
Well, gas prices have almost increased by $1, in the last year. So It's really hard to tell. But an increase, they estimate that an increase above $100 a barrel could have a negative effect on the GDP by decreasing by 1%.
Oh, wow. Going forward, and especially with the stock market here, we've heard from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki when the administration announced more sanctions today that they want to impact and make them very, very draconian, on Russian assets, but they don't want that to trickle back to the American economy. What did you make of that? They're being very, very careful that these don't have any unintended consequences on the American economy, but how long could that last? Are we supposed to weather these alongside everyone else?
Well, that's the billion-dollar question, right? Yeah. It depends how long the conflict is going to last, and the longer it lasts, the stronger the sanctions are going to get, and it definitely will impact the U.S. economy. So Russia is one of the largest producers of wheat and certain metals that are used in cell phones and electric cars and buses and things like that. So it definitely affects. It also supplies a lot of raw materials to factories around the world. So when you start looking at what part Russia plays in the world economy, it does have a significant outreach. It might not be a large player, but it has a lot of different, it does affect a lot of different industries. So over time, it actually will have a significant impact. And I think the one thing that you're mentioning is that the US came short of barring the Russian banks from SWIFT, right? So SWIFT is the international community of banking where transactions can be passed from one bank to another, allowing the Russians to do business with the world. So they came short of that, but by doing that, that actually would hurt Russia's trading partners, which is Europe, is one of the largest trading partners, and also the U.S. You know, they produce, Russia produces a large amount of natural gas and oil to the world, so it will have an impact.
What else have you been looking at today following this crisis, economically speaking, and going into the next several weeks? Are you looking at anything specifically?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about, for instance, people who are retired and have a portfolio and the value of those portfolios going down, and some people rely upon that for monthly income, I see that the common, the people who are the retirees are going to have a harder time making ends meet, right? And so anything to do with the stock market, anyone who has invested in the stock market, retirement accounts, pension accounts, a lot of those people will be impacted.
All right. John Milikowski, we appreciate your time. We'll definitely be speaking again as we continue to follow all the economic impacts of the war in Ukraine. John, thanks so much.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more in a moment. We have some other stories that are not Ukraine-Russia related left to get to. We're going to be covering all those, but want to leave you with this really beautiful look out of Kyiv there. And you can see daybreak almost upon us. It's almost 6:30 in the morning there on an early Friday morning. Still, we're getting reports, explosions heard in Kyiv as that city is bracing for an all-out assault. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to focus on some more of these domestic headlines we have left to get to. Right now, though, we were learning earlier today that a judge has ruled that the alleged Oxford High School shooters' parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, will stand trial for involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors were in court today, continuing to present evidence against the couple. Authorities were arguing the pair should stand trial in connection to the deadly school shooting that killed 4 teenagers November the 30th. Just last year, a judge did grant that and ruled in favor of the prosecution. Prosecutors are accusing both of failing to act when their son Ethan showed mental distress and created disturbing drawings before he opened fire on classmates at his high school, killing 4 of them, injuring several others. Let's see some of this play out in court today. You're going to see witness testimony from a school counselor at Oxford High School.
Tell me, swearing testimony, you're going to give me the truth under the penalty of perjury.
Absolutely, I do.
In good faith, I can see. I'm going to ask you to state and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter, please.
Would you like me to take my mask off?
If you feel comfortable, you can take your mask off.
My name is Sean Hopkins, ShawnHopkins.
Okay. You'll notice there's a few microphones sitting there. I'm going to ask you to make sure you keep your voice up and that you speak loudly and clearly, because we are, in addition to amplifying your voice, we are required to record all court proceedings. You will be required to respond verbally to any question. A shake of the head or are not acceptable, okay?
Understood.
Okay, thank you. If you can, just scoot up a little bit closer to those mics.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, just let me know, or if you'd like me to repeat it, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, can you tell the court what your occupation is?
I am a counselor.
And where do you work?
At Oxford High School.
How long have you worked at Oxford High School?
Since 2015.
Can you tell the court what you did prior to that?
I was a youth pastor.
And how long did you serve as a youth pastor?
I was hired in 2009.
And can you tell the court about your education?
I have a master's in counseling through Oakland University. I graduated in 2015. I have an undergrad from Spring Arbor University in 2009, major in youth ministry, minor in psychology.
Okay, so you started at Oxford High School, and your current role right now is counselor.
Correct.
Did you ever serve in any other capacity in Oxford High School?
I was an intern in the 2014-2015 school year. In the 2015-2016 school year, I was the international student counselor before taking over a general caseload.
Okay. When you say a general caseload, what does that include? What are your duties?
I have averaged 400 students. I work with them on transitioning into high school, post-secondary transition, scheduling, social emotional well-being. It's a myriad of different roles.
Okay. When you say scheduling, what does that include?
As far as helping students with their classes that they are in, helping them pick appropriate classes based on their skill set, helping them pick classes that are going to help them in their career after high school.
And is that done every year or twice a year?
That is done once per year.
Okay. And you said you had 400 students on your caseload?
I have averaged 400 students during my time there, yes.
How many students are there at Oxford High School?
There is approximately 1,800 students within the building.
And how many counselors that do what you do?
We have 4 counselors that have a general caseload, 1 counselor that has an early college caseload.
Okay.
I'm sorry, because what? I didn't hear what you said.
We have 4 counselors with a general caseload. We have 1 counselor who has students who are in the early college program.
You said you had an average of 400.
Correct.
Does that allow you to actually meet every student on your caseload?
The one time I generally get to meet every student is during counseling. If all I were to do is meet with students, I would have approximately 2.5 hours per student per year.
In addition, though, to the scheduling aspect, what else are you doing on a day-to-day basis?
Quite a few things. We have general meetings that we have to do. We have general check-ins. This year, there's been times we've covered class periods with with COVID and
What does that mean? You covered class periods?
where we've actually checked in and given time, like during an advisory lesson or something like that, where we're in front of a classroom of students. We do educational development plans with students where we are in the classroom with a large group. We have presentations that we do for parents. We have professional development that we need to attend.
Okay, what circumstances generally give rise to you getting involved with a student that has nothing to do with scheduling, but might be from a teacher or somebody else?
Generally, it's a concern for a student's social emotional well-being, that there is some concern about a student not being well, or that we have a concern that a student might need some additional support that would be beyond the classroom environment.
And do you have anything to do with discipline?
I do not.
Okay. Can you tell the court what last year looked like for your role as a counselor in the high school?
Last year was difficult. We at Oxford started in person, but we were virtual for about 7 weeks during the school year, and student attendance was sporadic. Anytime a student was either COVID positive or was in close proximity to somebody who was COVID positive, they were quarantined. So it was not a typical school year of what we would have seen previously. It was an adjustment for the staff. It was an adjustment for the students. It was incredibly difficult.
And this year, before November 30th, what did the school year, was it more normal, or was it back to what you would consider normal?
I don't really know what normal would look like at this point from that, but I would say that we were in person with more regularity. We only had 2 days we were virtual. They were the 2 days before Thanksgiving, but student attendance was still low in general. We still had students missing school at a higher rate than we had previously seen.
Okay. Mr. Hopkins, do you know an individual by the name of Ethan Crumbley?
Yes.
And when did you first meet him?
He became on my caseload in the fall of 2020. The only memory I have of meeting him during his freshman year would have been when we did scheduling, and I do not remember that meeting specifically because we did them via Zoom. So I had approximately 3 grades worth of Zoom meetings with students in a 3-week period.
So you meet with all 400 students to schedule every year?
Aside from seniors, yes.
Okay. When was the next time after freshman year that you had any interaction with this student?
The only interaction I had previous to November 29th was I had received an email from a teacher that he seemed sad.
Which teacher was that?
Diana McConnell, his Spanish teacher.
And do you remember approximately what?
It would have been early November. And I had just what I would call a check-in. I waited for him outside of the classroom and said, hey, I heard you might be having a rough time. I'm here for you if you need to talk.
And what did he say?
He just looked at me, said, okay, and did not follow up with anything.
When was the next time you had any interaction with him?
The morning of November 29th.
And can you tell the court what that was?
There was an email sent to our Dean of Students and a Restorative Practices Coordinator that was then forwarded to me from an English teacher stating that the student had been looking at bullets on his phone in class. So,
go ahead.
So the student was called down to the office by a Restorative Practices Coordinator, who then called me to ask me to be in the meeting as social emotional support for the student.
And did you do that?
I did.
And do you know approximately what time that was?
It was approximately 9 in the morning on the 29th.
Okay. About how long did that meeting take place?
About 5 minutes.
And what was the student's demeanor?
Compliant, calm, understanding. I did not lead the meeting. I was just there in the meeting. but the student understood that it was not school appropriate behavior when that was discussed as the reason
How do
for
you know
being
that?
called down. How
do you know that he understood that?
He claimed that he understood that that was not school appropriate behavior.
Was he argumentative?
No.
Was he oppositional?
No.
Okay. Did you get any other information about that incident?
No other information about that incident.
Did he have any explanation as to why he was doing what he was doing?
He did. He stated that the previous weekend, Mom and him went to a gun range and went shooting, that it was a hobby that they participated in, and he was researching regarding that hobby.
Okay. Before you attended that meeting, did you have any knowledge about his prior history with attendance, grades, behavior?
His attendance was good. He had missed 1 day of school during sophomore year. He was on track for graduation, had no behavior incidents reported at school.
Does the school document behavioral incidents?
They do.
How do they do that?
Through log entries in our student information system.
Okay, and who has access to that information system?
Administration, counselors, dean, anybody with administrative access through our information system.
Okay. And as a result of that meeting, what, if anything, occurred?
Our restorative practices coordinator called home to leave a voicemail.
Were you there when she left the voicemail?
I was.
Okay. And that voicemail's already been entered into evidence. I believe it's Exhibit 9. And at some point, was he allowed to go back to the class?
He was.
All right. And did that meeting end in a negative way or a positive way?
It was not a negative way. I would say it was more positive, as in the student was understanding of the appropriateness of school behavior based on their response. And there was no necessary follow through after the meeting.
At that time, did you have any knowledge of, was there individual education plan for this student?
I had no knowledge of one.
Okay, and did you have any knowledge of any issues that were going on at home?
No.
Did you have any reports of him being bullied?
No.
When was the next time you had any interaction with this student?
The morning of November 30th.
And how did that occur?
I had received an email from a co-teacher in that English class stating that he was looking at a video on his phone. The video was of some sort of shooting. It was said in the email that it was not an actual event. When I met with the student, it was described as a video game.
Okay, we'll get there in a moment. About what time was that email?
That email was sent to me at 8:30. I saw it at 8:50.
Okay, and anything else occur after that?
Yes. Around the same time, the student had switched classes and was in his math class. That was when there was drawings done on his math assignment.
When was the first time that you were alerted to this math assignment?
Our dean of students came to my office around 9 a.m. To let me know that he had received a picture. Actually, had been shown a picture of a math assignment.
And did you see it at that time?
I had not seen the assignment at that time.
Okay, what, if anything, did you do next?
I went to the classroom to get him out of the classroom to have a meeting with him.
And when you greeted him, how would you describe his demeanor?
I didn't see much of a demeanor at the time. He was sitting in the front row of the classroom, so I just said, hey, we need to talk.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
I was standing with him. He stood up and followed me out of the class. I had grabbed the math assignment off his desk.
Okay, and you took him back to your office?
Back to my office, where the dean of students was waiting.
All right. And tell the court what happened in that meeting.
We had a conversation regarding initially the email that I had received about the video.
So when you're talking about we had a conversation, you're talking about you and Crumbley?
Correct. So I had a conversation about the video to ask what it was, because the email was not overly descriptive as to what it was. And that's when he told me that it was of a video game. I never saw the video, so I had a description of it being a video game per the student and not an actual event per the teacher who had referred it.
Okay, so at the time that you brought the student into the room and had the meeting with him, you knew about the email and you had heard about this math assignment.
Correct.
And you had it in your hand.
Correct.
What was the purpose of bringing him into the office? Was it a violation of a school code? What was your role and why did you meet with him?
At the time, I did not know whether there was a violation of a school code or not based on having not observed the drawing at the time. I did have concern about the student because it was a couple of messages in a couple of days, and the purpose of the meeting was to find out what our next steps would be.
And when you said you had concern, what was your concern?
My concern was that I wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay. So what happened after he sat down? What did you tell him he was there for?
That we had to discuss an email I had received, and also we had to discuss his math assignment.
Okay. And how did that go?
At first, he was very similar to how he had been the previous day, compliant and understanding. With the email, he regarded it as a video game, stated that he had an interest in designing video games after high school. Then I put the math assignment in between the two of us. He sat across from me at my desk, and I said, I would like to go over some of this. He said that it was a video game drawing that he had done in relation to the pictures that were on the assignment.
At that time, there were two versions of that math assignment.
Correct.
Okay. Which version did you have?
I had the hard copy version, which had been doctored.
Okay. And that's exhibits?
Had been doctored?
Had been
Yeah, I'm
doctored.
going to show it, Your Honor. That's exhibit 78. Mr. Hopkins, is this what you saw at that time of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked him about this exhibit 78?
I did.
And what was his answer?
His answer was initially that it was a drawing of a video game he wanted to design. I then asked him to explain some of the words that had been written on the drawing.
Like what?
One that I could read was, "My life is useless." And so I wanted to ask, what does this mean? This does not sound like a video game.
Okay. And what did he say?
His demeanor then changed. He became sad.
And when you say he became sad, what did that look like? Why do you think he was sad?
He started pausing more in his speech. He then described some things that had happened recently in his life.
What were those things?
He talked about how a family dog had died. He talked about that he had lost a grandparent, that COVID had been incredibly difficult for him, that being out of school the previous year had been difficult for those virtual days. He talked about a friend who had left, that wasn't able to attend school anymore, or had moved. And he talked about an argument about grades a previous night with parents.
With what?
With his parents.
Okay. What did you do next?
At that point, I determined that there was enough suicidal ideation based on his sadness and based on some of the words he had written on there that I called Mom.
When did you see the other version of this worksheet, the original, which is Exhibit 7? Can you put that up on the screen?
The original was forwarded to me in an email, and I saw it approximately 20 minutes later.
Okay, was it
later?
After seeing the original.
Was it before you called parents or after?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk. You said you were concerned about suicide ideation.
I was.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you consider and what you've learned in your field is suicide ideation?
Suicidal ideation are thoughts, patterns, behaviors, feelings associated with suicide. Sadness, depression, negative self-talk, all of those themes that we see associated with suicide.
Is that the same thing as active?
It is not.
Actively suicidal. What is the difference?
Actively suicidal would contain a plan, a method, a date, action statements, something that he could take action on.
And how do you determine if it's ideation versus being actively suicidal?
Some of it is taking the information that you have in front of you. I also asked Ethan if he was a threat to himself or others.
So is this part of, you did a risk assessment?
Correct.
Okay, what is a risk assessment?
A risk assessment is looking to gain information on how the person in front of you is and what level of either suicide risk or self-harm risk they may display.
I know this social emotional duty is part of your job, but how often are you encountering a student that is either has suicidal ideation or actively suicidal?
As it has become much more frequent, especially in the past year. This year on my caseload, I've had 3 students make attempts.
You've had what?
I've had 3 students make attempts.
Okay. And did that occur, did you speak with, Emily, similar assessments with those students, or you found out after?
It's been different for each one. One I did have a very similar assessment.
Okay.
Sir, can you do me a favor, move a little bit closer? Your voice is kind of trailing at the end. So
it does trail at the end. All right. How many of these check-ins, like the one you did with this student, are you doing? Is this a frequent thing? Is this abnormal? Is it unusual?
It's becoming more common lately. I would state that it happens minimal, once or twice per month, in just a normal school year.
All right, and every one of those meetings, do you end up calling parents?
I do.
And what triggers a call to a parent?
When the student is a minor?
Yes.
When I have concerns about, that's my statement, when the student is a minor. When I have concerns that there needs to be follow-up mental health support for a student. When I have concerns that the student may potentially become suicidal.
Okay. So at some point you said you did call a parent. And
I did.
Who did you call?
I called mom.
Why did you call mom?
I always give students the choice of who they would like me to call. The student stated that mom would be easier to get a hold of.
What was his reaction or demeanor about you calling a parent?
He was very muted at that point. Almost, I would describe it as like resigned to the fact that I was going to call home.
Did he object?
No.
Did he ask you not to?
No.
Okay. Did you get a hold of mom?
I left a voicemail with mom.
And did she call you back?
She did eventually. In between the call back, I also called dad. I don't know whether the phone was answered or not. It was empty air when I called.
You did eventually speak to mom?
I did.
And when you spoke to her, was Ethan in the room?
He was.
Was the phone on speaker, or was it just you talking?
I put the phone on speaker.
Okay. And what did, by the way, do you see her anywhere in the courtroom today?
I haven't looked.
Could you look, please? Do you see, it's Jennifer Crumbley, correct? Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Correct.
Can you describe what she's wearing?
I can just see her face. She has a gray mask, glasses.
All right. Your Honor.
You might have to step aside a little bit. Can you describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Can I stand?
Sure.
Gray stripes with white stripes on the shirt.
May the record reflect he's properly identified. Okay, thank you. What did Jennifer Crumbley say on speakerphone?
She wanted to talk to Ethan and ask what was going on. He gave a response of, I don't know, was kind of his response.
What did you tell Mom?
I stated that I was concerned about Ethan based on some of the time I'd had speaking with him and based on the assignment and information I had. I then sent a photo of exhibit, is it 78?
The second version?
The second.
Yes.
The second version to Mom.
Okay. And did Mom eventually have exhibit 7?
Yes, that was forwarded in an email.
Okay. And what did you ask Mom to do, if anything?
I asked her to please come to the school.
And what did she say?
She stated that she was at work and that she would try and get in touch with the dad.
Okay. And then what was your response?
I stated that I had tried calling Dad and was unable to get a hold of him.
And what happened next?
We ended the phone call with her attempting to get a hold of Dad.
And eventually, did you have another conversation with Jennifer Crumbley?
I did. She called one more time to state that she was also unable to get a hold of Dad, that she would be there, but it would be approximately a half hour.
Okay. So, was it your impression that she wanted Dad to come because she couldn't come, or that she wanted both of them to come? What did she say?
My impression was that she was hoping that Dad would be able to come because she wouldn't be able to come.
Okay. But eventually, she said she was coming.
Correct.
Okay. And who eventually showed up at the school?
Both Mom and Dad.
How long approximately did that take? Do you know what time that they
arrived?
Yes.
It was, I believe, around 10:30.
Okay, so you, in the meantime, where was Ethan?
He was with me. I didn't want to leave him alone.
Okay, what were you doing?
We had further conversations about some plans for him after high school. Typically, when a student is waiting for parents to arrive, it's a nerve-wracking time for the student. And I don't want them to be focused on that moment if I can help it.
Backing up just a little bit about the risk assessment. When did you conduct that with Ethan?
It was prior to calling Mom.
And what kinds of things did you ask him?
I asked him if he was a threat to himself or others. And his statement back to me was, I can see why this looks bad. I'm not going to do anything. I then asked him to describe some of the words and pictures that he had written on the sheets.
And what did he say?
He stated that the pictures were a video game, but when I asked him to go deeper into the words, he continued to display the sadness that we had discussed earlier of the friends not being able to attend school, dog dying, a grandparent dying.
Did you, when he said, I can see how this looks bad, I'm not going to do anything, did you stop there or did you ask him any more questions?
I asked him specific questions about what he had written. I did not ask any further questions about a plan.
Okay. And why not?
Because he stated that he was not a threat to himself or others.
Okay. When Mom and Dad arrived, let's back up. How many times approximately a year do you have a situation where you're concerned about a student's mental health and their safety and you call parents in?
12 to 15 per year.
Okay. And can you tell the court what happened when they arrived? Did you go get them or did somebody else?
I went to go get them in the counseling office lobby.
And who else was in that meeting?
The student was in that meeting, and then I also texted our dean to return for that meeting.
Okay, so who arrived first, the dean or the parents?
The parents.
Okay. And where were you when the parents entered the room? Were you in front of them or behind them?
I was in front of them.
Okay. And what happened when they walked in the room?
It was different than other meetings I've seen.
Why is that?
They weren't friendly or showing care to their student.
To their son?
To their son.
Did they greet him?
No.
Did they touch him?
No.
Did they hug him?
No.
Where did Jennifer Crumbley sit?
I have 3 seats in my office that are not mine. 2 directly across from me and 1 that's more off to the side.
So you're at a desk?
I'm at a desk.
You're behind the desk and there's 2
There would be 2 seats across from me and then 1 that would not be far from where our judge is sitting.
So about how many feet?
I would say about 7 feet from me.
Okay. Where did Jennifer Crumbley sit?
In the seat further away.
And where did James Crumbley sit?
Next to Ethan.
And what happened next?
I described why I was concerned about Ethan. That he had stated that he was not a threat to himself, but I had concerns about suicidal ideation, and I had concerns about his well-being. I provided a list of resources.
Let's back up for a second. Did Jennifer or James ask any questions about what suicide ideation is?
Not to my memory.
Okay. Did they ask any questions at all before you talked about any mental health services?
Not to my memory.
Okay. Did you ask them for any input, or did you ask them any questions?
Not at that point.
Okay. So what happened?
So I provided a list of resources of mental health supports and stated that though Ethan doesn't, though he states he's not a threat, that I am concerned about his well-being and that I am concerned that he needs somebody to talk to for mental health support.
And did you tell either one of them when that should occur?
I said as soon as possible, today if possible.
And what was the response?
That today was not an option because they had to return to work. My response was...
Just slow down for a second. Did both of them say that? Did one of them say that?
Mom said that.
Okay. And her exact words were what?
Today is not possible. We have to return to work.
And what did James Crumbley say?
I don't remember anything being said by him about it.
Did he say that he had to return to work?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness stated he doesn't know what James said.
Well, I'll rephrase. With regard to not being able to take Ethan that day, did James Crumbley ever say anything or object to what Jennifer Crumbley said?
He did not object to anything that Mom said.
Okay. And so, has that ever happened before?
Relevance. It's relevancy.
The relevancy is I have to show that defendants were grossly negligent and did not have ordinary care or apply ordinary care. And whether or not this professional who has at least 12 to 13 meetings a year like this and asks parents to take this child, their son, for treatment or take them home, I think it's absolutely reasonable because my standard is an ordinary care.
Go ahead.
In any of your meetings, when you call parents because you have that kind of concern, have you ever had anybody say no?
I have never had parents arrive to the school and not take their student home.
If you tell them they need to?
Correct.
Okay. So what did you do?
I was a little bit taken aback by that. When parents stated that they could not take their student home that day, my statement was, I want him seen within 48 hours. I'll be following up.
Okay. Did you ask them to take him home or did you ask them to take him to get...
I asked them to take him to get therapy.
Okay. And what was the response when you said follow up, you were going to follow up and it needed to happen in 48 hours?
I would describe it as compliant of, okay. I didn't have a reason to believe it wouldn't happen. I didn't feel 100% confident that it would happen.
And what was your primary concern at that moment?
My primary concern was that Ethan would not be alone.
And why didn't you want him to be alone?
Because suicidal ideation, I don't want a student left alone.
Okay. Did the demeanor or lack of conversation or interaction with him by James and Jennifer, did it seem to have any impact on him?
Not different than I had seen previously, with a generalized sadness. I would describe that was how he stayed throughout most of the meeting. His demeanor did not shift.
Okay. How long did the meeting last?
Less than 15 minutes.
In the entire meeting, did Jennifer Crumbley say anything to her son?
I don't remember her saying anything to her son.
Did James Crumbley say anything to his son?
Okay, this guidance counselor there on the stand in court today in Oakland County, being questioned by the Oakland County prosecutor about what his conversations were like with Ethan Crumbley. Of course, that was the headline today, a judge ruling that the Crumbley parents, Jennifer and James, will indeed stand trial for involuntary manslaughter. They're facing 4 charges each of involuntary manslaughter. The prosecutors are accusing both parents of failing to act when their son showed mental distress and created disturbing drawings before he opened fire on classmates at Oxford High School last November the 30th, killing 4 other students, wounding several others. So we are going to continue to follow this story. We have been on top of this story ever since it broke. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break with some more news, not only on the Russia-Ukraine front, but also domestically as well. We can't just fail to put this up. This is a gorgeous sunrise there in Kyiv, in Ukraine, as that European capital faces an all-out assault by Russian forces. The conventional wisdom at this point is that Russian forces and Russian President Putin, they want to take Kyiv. At this point of time, it's just a matter of when, but Ukrainian forces are putting up a fight. But we just had to show you this beautiful sunrise there in Ukraine. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and thank you so much for being with us here as we continue to cover the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war that has broken out right now. We just have these two live looks out of the Ukrainian capital. The lower right hand of your screen right there is Maidan Square. And then, of course, the upper left is one of the most prominent Orthodox churches in Kyiv and in Ukraine. I just want to read out a tweet put out about an hour ago by the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba. He says, quote, "Horrific Russian rocket strikes on Kyiv. Last time our capital experienced anything like this was in 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one." Just to repeat, stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, kick Russia out everywhere. It looks like that shot just changed there to yet another event on the Associated Press there. But strong words from the Ukrainian foreign minister. He says, stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, kick Russia out of everywhere. So right now, just wanted to make sure we got the latest in. We also have a Live Now look as well in Kharkiv, another major Ukrainian city. This is a live picture right now, and you can see daybreak as well. This city has been undergoing very, very frequent shelling and artillery, heavy artillery. Remember that nighttime video we showed if you were watching last night as this was all unfolding. You could see the yellow and orange flares up in the night sky. But right now it does look somewhat peaceful. Let's just listen in if we can hear anything. And we can't. But we're going to be moving on to some of these other Russia-Ukraine related stories. We're going to be showing the White House press briefing from earlier as the White House justifies more of these sanctions that were issued today and what the strategy is going forward. Before we do all of that, we do have a Live Now look at the White House. There is going to be, though, some major news tomorrow on the domestic front. We're being told President Biden has made a decision on a SCOTUS pick. That's according to Fox sources. I'm going to put up this tweet we just got in from